Okay, close. I don't care about that. Testing. Are we working? Are we? I can't hear a thing. Let's try. Damn it. Oh, what a pain in the butt. Oh, what a pain in the butt. Hey, I got audio. Hey, things are working. Good thing all my links are now broken. Yay. Give me 1 second. Hey, James, could you update yield links? That would be great. Ugh. Sorry about that, y'all. Now here's the question. I'll say we're good when we got Kane back. What a pain in the butt this was. Yeah, I shouldn't have left the stream, but things I do. Done. Cool. Thank you, James. Okay. Man, I was all excited because I'm like, I'm prepared. Everything's set up. And then effed it up. Effed it all up. Okay, let me. Yeah, let's save it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't. Still new to this. Sorry about that, y'all. So I did not know the whole like ending the stream and stuff. Oh, like I said, do we have Kane? Hopefully we get Kane back. Well, that was smooth. God, that threw me off. Also, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Oh well. Okay. It's the best we got. How are you doing, James? It's me and you. Me and you against the world. Damn, I can't believe I screwed that up that bad. Ugh. Ugh. Show must go on. Man. Ugh. We might be in trouble then. You're right. I just feel real bad because I think Kane, like, he left. It's like, no. Mm. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh. Oh, I forgot I'm not sharing. I'm like, wow, yeah, I'm not sharing my screen. Look, I was prepared. I was prepared and I screwed up royally. Okay. There we go. Wow. I'm doing this for fun. I will probably never be a professional. Let's try it again. Yeah, this is going smoothly. Okay. Ugh. Man, this really threw off my game. I was in the zone. I was excited. Now it's like, rah. Okay. Anyway, I am inking. Whew. Yeah, I'll say this. It is kind of weird streaming because all of a sudden, when it's like no audio, it's like, why? What do you mean there's no audio? I did everything I'm supposed to, and we're live. How do I fix this? Oh crap! Basically, I understand Omar, but I will still give him grief. I'll never just. I cannot believe it's already Sunday. So anyway, ah, so the plan is to ink a bunch of women and a couple birds. Well, once in a while, getting bugged by a cat. Now the real question is, do I delete the other stream or just save that for posterity? Oop, yeah. Hmm. Probably shouldn't have ended that other stream, man. Ah, the insta save. Thank you. Keep. Ugh. So it's also interesting, like characters like this. I don't like this character will never have a name. It's a minor character, but all of a sudden, I got to kind of keep on a certain continuity with said character. Also, yeah, let's do it that way. So another thing I do, and actually, let's just do it this way. I'll often I'll draw different parts and like erase, combine, whatnot. So it's the kind of thing like our lovely lady here. So let me do this. So basically, I am selecting everything. I think that's fine. Yeah. So I'll delete that so I don't have to go through and do all that. Actually, I won't delete it. I will do this. So this gives me a little bit more control over what I need. Cool. And I'll do this. I'll merge this layer down. Doggies one wrong. Nope. So, and then just kind of I mean, this is just random feathers and furs or random feathers. So, that is one down. On to the next. And like I said, I don't know why. Whenever I make an army, it makes sense that it's like, oh, they all have the same uniform, same look, but I always find that boring, just like the worst. So it's like, hey, let's play around, let's have some fun. Dun, 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 dun. So the good thing about it is, yeah, it's some fun, but at the same time, man, it is a lot of work. But I don't know, end result's always good, so it's hard to argue, right? Ah, since I'm alone in the void, we talk about things I want to talk about. Um, hey, Kane's back. Yeah, I have no idea what went on, and I'm still new. So part of me is like, I can end the session and come back. The second I ended, I'm like, oh, that was a little too permanent. Um, so all you missed, Kane, was basically me inking her. Also, so the way I work, as you guys, yeah. So last time it was me penciling all these. I merged my layers together and then change the opacity and then once again ink and then ink on separate layers. So what's nice about working this way, because even if it's honestly, if I was 100% analog traditional, darks in the dryer. For some reason, I read that as darts in the. I was like, you're playing darts, but anyway. So yeah, the way even if I went 100% traditional, I think I'd be using a bunch of tracing paper nowadays because it's this just makes so much more sense. Because what's also nice Like this bird back here, I'm going to shrink and move a bit. Like not a lot, but just a little bit. Which I might do that in a second. So the other, my other goal with this gang, I technically they're a gang, but I end up calling them like an army just in my head and stuff. Um, so the thing that makes the harpies, they all have to wear a scarf because they're based off of the. I forget what they're called. It's the Japanese. It's the women's Japanese gang. Like they were very popular in the 70s and then became like a staple in pop culture. Like I don't think they even exist anymore because it was a very interesting counterculture movement. And like I'm not an expert on it. I know like enough to get in trouble. But the thing I find interesting, they dress more conservatively. One to like hide weapons, but two, it was like to flaunt authority because a lot of them were forced to wear the schoolgirl outfits, including the skirts. So a lot of them opt to wear longer skirts to not only steal but to hide like weapons like baseball bats and stuff. And they so that sailor, scarf is where I got this from. But it's just, I mean, think about how weird that is. It's like we're going to show you by dressing more conservatively. It's like that is like every school teacher, because here in America it's the opposite. It's always the whole like, oh man, these kids are wild and out of control. They're showing so much skin. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Sorry, I just ate lunch and I had something was in my teeth bugging me, and I will do a lot on camera. I won't do that to y'all. But like I said, so yeah, it was a lot of fun kind of, you know, taking this idea of like, oh, this culture of like hoodlums, Japanese, when the women hoodlums, young ladies. I can see why Porky Pig does that. Also, man, okay, let's get on my little rusty bucket, as I like, rusty barrel, because I think I'm a little too, I'm not proper enough for a soapbox. But what kind of gets me, so half of what we get in the manga, some of it feels, oh, it's weird talking Kane while having that too, because it's like I can't just stop or I'm like, oh, I gotta be entertaining. Um, I was hoping to power through, but I did not. But anyway, yeah, the weird thing with manga, it's not only what is popular, but there's certain like genres we've gotten because someone dictated it. And what I mean by that, like, I mean, like isekais are big right now, but I remember when like Yu Yu Hakusho, but the hoodlum stuff was huge, especially like River City Ransom. Now we don't get any of that. It feels like now, granted, they don't make as much as they used to, but even like some classics like GTO or some reprints and stuff, they're like, yeah, I don't know if it'll do well in America because like, and I've read some of it. I don't think it's the greatest series, Desert Rose, but part of me is like, man, I would love like at least like an official. That's a terrible looking hand. Yeah, I would like some of that printed because it's by the same guy who did Area 88 or UN Squadron, the video game. Which, yeah, why hasn't that been licensed over here? Because it's like you put in like you call it Area 8, but put in like the game UN Squadron was based off of, you would sell. Okay, let me. Yeah, that's good enough. I don't know why that thumb was killing me. Um, but yeah, anyway, so I tried to, it's fantasy. It's fantasy. It's a comic. I won't lie. I try to draw some of them a little slutty, but some of these, like I have down here, this one I was excited for. I got a luchador. We got a luchador. I'm excited for that one. So I try to vary it up, like not try to do the same like models or um, designs. Yeah, I'm curious about that. I got mixed feel. I'll be honest. I got mixed feelings about the whole X-Men thing. One, ah, well, let's just be honest. It's my stream. I got to talk. I like the big two, but I also get tired that the big two are the big two. And what I mean by that, it's I want other genres. I want other things. So part of me is when I see like, oh, X-Men are into manga, it's like, ugh, didn't I already, I'm like, I already have to deal with that already. Um, but I'll say this, I don't know what that is because I remember when I was around for some of that when they were trying to capitalize on the Japanimation. Ugh, those days. And yeah, it's like they took all the wrong lessons, it feels like, from manga. So it might be big because it seems like Superman versus Meshi is doing well. I don't know about that Joker one. I think like everyone thought the Joker one was going to be the big one, but it seems like Superman versus Meshi is the real winner. But yeah, it's I don't know. Manga's very. I love it. I want to get more like, especially the buy one or buy two, whatever. There's a sale going on in Target right now as of the stream. Part of me is like, I don't need any more Omnis, blah 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 money. But then part of me realized I'm like, well, wait a minute, I can get manga. Give me some Black Lagoon. Now that Joker, the Joker one, it's two things because it's like raise. It's like so. Wait, is he trying to raise him as the Batman? Like his nemesis? It's just this weird. It feels more like a gag at most, like an 8-page gag. But yeah, it's like let's do a whole series. It's like cool. Um, Yeah, because I won't lie, like one of my favorite Marvel series was Wizard of Oz. And part of me was hoping it's like, hey, can we get more of this? Like just different, trying some different stuff out. And I don't know, maybe it wasn't financially sound enough, but it just feels like it's like, hey, can we get more of this? It's like, no. Because like I said, even with like X-Men Krakoa, have that go off into its own title. It's like, yeah, sure, take the X-Men back to the X-Mansions, but it's like let them have this weird reign on Mars. Like that's truthfully, it's like part of me would love if the series end with like a feral Logan who's gone insane after like 10,000 years stuck on Mars. Oh, okay. You know what? Oh, wait a minute. Seeing how this works. Sorry, I'm playing with things. Aha. James, you shut your whore mouth. James here, like, brilliant, love him. But he also is like, hey, Tashin's having a flash sale for $100 book that you said you would buy for $100. It's like, I did say I would buy that. And it's one of those, I'll be thankful when that book comes in, but as of right now, I'm like, my money. Especially because it's that fun period where I don't know if you all experienced this, where I'm like, rent was due. So I paid off yield rent. But at the same time, I'm like, all my fun money hasn't come in yet. But things like, but there are things to buy because there's always things to buy because commerce. Man, and you know what too? It's easy to kind of go like, that Taschen book costs too much. Like the Conan omnibuses are 150. It's like, sheesh. So it's either I don't know, man. But I know you're kind of joking about that manga and that Taschen series, though. You know what though? Outside of like blaming James for taking my money, even though he didn't, Akira Toriyama, I would love in that Taschen. I would love. Oh, there's always things to buy. Um, you know what? A retrospective, even though she's still going, of like a Romiki Takahashi and a Taschen. Oh, that would be great, especially like an artist edition kind of thing, where it's like, hey, here. I would love to see too. It's like, hey, here's like the page size. Here's um the breakdowns. Now, granted, like I know a lot of creators are kind of I don't want to say secretive, that's not the right word, but it's like they're very protective of the, oh, what's it called? the thumbnails or the story ideas. I feel like with Japan, like a lot of them, they see the clearly they want you to see the finished product. They don't want you to see how the beef's made. Oh, Bar's here. Fun fact, I can put you in timeout starting. Nah, I won't. Ugh. Oh, Bar's here. So, yeah, look at you drawing like a nerd. Hey, Bar, how's reading the series that you said you're going to read once you were in it? Especially because I threw you in a all-female gang. And then you're still like, this isn't enough. But yeah, Romiki Takahashi, man. God damn, I love that woman. And especially, I love that woman because it's like she's still the princess of manga because she's like, why would I get married? I don't need a man. I'm on a reading break. You're always on a bullshit. You're on a reading break, huh? So no more poison ivy. Kane, don't agree with her. Especially for months, I was hounded. When am I going to be in Bang? When am I going to be in Bang? When am I going to be in Bang? The second she's in Bang, well, I'm busy. I got things to do. And I guarantee you, her little reading break doesn't include poison ivy. Uh huh. Which no one has answered me yet with poison ivy if she's a cannibal or not. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like outside of like a wig, hair extensions, like this hair is more fantasy than the giant birds because the giant birds. Yes, Bar, I do talk a lot. Oh, okay, at least so she is a cannibal. Look, here's the thing. I am not discussing whether she is attractive nor smart nor whatever. I guess okay. Since Bar here, we have to talk about poison ivy. Um, what kind of got me with poison ivy? She made her problem everyone else's problem. And it feels like at the end, she's like, I'm a better person. I'm like, no, you're not. You're the worst. That said, I do want to read volume two. So it's one of those. There's certain things I didn't like about the character, but at the same time, man, she only technically eats her enemies and the woman she loves. So I get her. But what gets, like I said, what kind of gets me, which I find weird, she eats, spoiler, she eats the plant dude and she's like, well, I'm no longer human. So I'm like, yeah, if you're eating a human, that's not cannibal, but you're eating a plant. But like I said, for better or for worse, they kind of got me where I'm like, yeah, I do want to read volume two. I don't know if I want to own it, but yeah, I'll definitely read it. So I don't know. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe if they're like, here's a giant trade, here's a giant on me, all of a sudden I'm like, I'm on board. Oh, good. Hannah's here. I you know what? It's very rare, but it's worth the show. So let's pause the show to make sure everyone knows this. This is now on the internet. There's YouTube spending billions of dollars to make sure this information is stable and goes out to the world that Hannah's listening from the bath. Forever. But yeah, Romiki Takahashi, man. And the thing is, like, I need to do it's kind of weird because I can talk crap about certain things like Inuyasha. I'm like, Once again, I had a train of thought, but Hannah here wanted to make sure that the world knew this as well. Anything else you would like to share with the internet, Hannah? So apparently, I'm the weird one because I don't. Now, here's the thing. I can't believe we're going down this argument. We're going down here. Um, I'll say this: texting on the toilet, yeah, no big deal. Call if you're talking to someone like with a voice. That one's always kind of weird to me. Good thing, man. Good thing I don't have enough subs to be monetized because YouTube would ruin it. Itchy boobs. Things you need to know about Hannah. She's a bog hag from Scotland. She thinks she's always right, and her boobs itch constantly. Ugh. But yeah, Romiki Takahashi, because man, I'm falling behind on Mao, and it's like I need to get that one again. I cannot believe she's still doing manga at like 60 something. Because like I love Toriyama, but it's like I don't. I would be shocked if we get a new manga from him. James, you're only a normal moderator. I can still put you in timeout. Hannah is also the queen. I love too that this weird 1950s I forget like Billy Bob like fantasy hairstyle though, because it's like I said, you would have like this would take a ton of hair to have this hairstyle, but man, it's a little too fun not to draw. Like also because I'm doing the headphones with music in, the Black Parade just came on. Man, I missed that. That was such a good album. I come on here, I'm like, I'm going to share my year's worth of wisdom. I'm going to tell you all about the secrets of how I do my art. No, no, we need to know about I don't poo. I expel rainbow dust in one big puff. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you for your service. I like how she's like, I am such a lady. I don't poop. I glitter bomb. You know, you know what, too? James, James, I'm gonna throw you a bone right now. Hannah, I don't poop. I glitter bomb. I expect a gift of that. Oh, by the way. Okay, back to presentation. Share screen. Share screen. Entire screen. Also, if you've ever wondered what StreamYard looks like, yeah. Like I feel like every other chat's like, oh man, we gotta hide how the sausage is made. Then there's Josh. Oh, who wants to see this? Here's settings. Here's the mic I use. Yeah, James, what mic do I use? I want to draw. I really want to draw, but then Bar wants this to be known in the world. I swear, like every also the fact, like I shouldn't be surprised, and it's on brand. But the fact that Bar's like my holy hole, it's like yeah, that nothing says Bar more than that. Oh, All I know is these streams are gonna have to make, Omar up his AMA game. Oh, what's that wonderful smell? Oh, I farted. By bar. No, 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 I'm not highlighting that lie. Actually, wait a minute, can I delete comments? Oh, that's lame. I don't wanna ban you or put you in timeout, I just wanna get rid of that I wanna play God, edit I wanna edit things to be like, "That comment never existed, Bar never said that," but no. I'm too Bar, you got no power here. Technically, James has power and I have power. And actually, Kane's got more power than you because, Kane's been on here twice. You know what, Bar? Yeah, Bar, you should make candles. Issue 19, page 6. And I got all that mess. Eesh. Yeah, I'm in the phase right now where I'm like, man, the lizard lady is not ready. Lizard lady's going to be a second. This is what's going to happen, Hannah. You're going to forget about lizard lady, and that's when the lizard lady will come. Oh, Bar, your beauty doesn't need any more rest. You're gorgeous enough on your own. If anything, you're a shining beacon about like just how gorgeous a woman can be. Here's a fun fact: me being nice to Bar drives her nuts. Are you kidding me? Ah. Oh, that went against plan. Bar, I think I'm like the one guy, the one guy that's like, no, no. Well, okay. So back in college, I went to a SCAD. I was lucky enough to go to SCAD, but like, you go to an art school, you're going to have um a lot of friends who aren't straight. It's crazy, a school of the friend, a school of arts. But anyway, we had a bunch of friends. We had some neighbors. They were all friends, and I think it's because they're friends, but just so happened like there were four of them living in the house. The one dude was straight, and the rest were lesbians. Um, but what was funny was I had so many friends who were like, they were like, "Oh man, I want to see like they were no, they had a crush on this one. She's like 5'10" or something, like coolest personality, one of the coolest people to hang out with. But it's like, dude, she doesn't like dudes. It's like I don't know why you have a crush on her. Ugh, college boys. There were some fun times at that place. I think that's Hannah's way of trying to insult me. But yes, I did. Oh, I take just as long, please. I am a walk through the park compared to, Supergirl World of Tomorrow. God, you wanted to talk about needless text. Also, let me tell you about every one of bar stories. Hey, I got in trouble by the police. The end. Lame. No seasoning, nothing. No hype. Dangerous ground what, sweetie? Me mocking bar? That's standard. Like I said, I'm pretty sure a lot of Discord. Yeah. So I didn't want to out you, but yeah, um, bar is now the popo. So she is now the villain of every '90s rap album. I still can't believe they let you be a cop though. The hell my music go? Hmm. Sorry, I thought someone was calling me. The PP, it's the popo, the 50. I'm excited. I'm excited she has handcuffs. I mean, come on, that's like the most generic thing to say when someone's a cop. It's like, "Ooh, do you have handcuffs?" It's like, man, they got zip tie and pepper spray. Okay, yeah. Okay, the one thing, because everyone always talks about like, traditional. The thing I love most about digital, and it's not even like the Control Z, it's the pure opacity, like just being able to like cut through blacks with no problems. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I want to keep that. I want to keep that. Yeah. So yeah, if you use Clip, this tool right here, like most people won't care, but the second I found this out, I'm like, oh my gosh. So what you can do is you can go through and get like those little and you have those extra little bits that are hard to get to, just fills them in. Let's have some fun. That's a little too busy. Yeah, let's just color it black. I got a lot to do. Feel a lot like cattle. Oop, wrong one. Oop. And that's how one figure out of like 10,000 are done. I I do love paper and pencil. I feel like because I do like I need to do more of them, more paintings. The problem is it's a time thing. It's also I will say this, anything production wise, Kane, like a comic, digital just makes so much more sense. The editing, like just being able to stop and go. So it's like, yeah, I do miss paper and pencil, but man, the benefits of this outweigh like what I miss. Uh I get in trouble. This is the only thing that I always get in trouble with because I'm like, let me draw that boot. Didn't need that boot at all. What do we got? You got no codes for Israel for cops? I mean, pigs is a common one. Wow. That's why gangster rap never took off. Technically, here's the fun fact James has the power, and I ain't getting paid for this. So, yeah, if you all want to talk about poop and pee in the chat, y'all go nuts. Also, fun fact I've never seen nor read Lom. Like, I know the character, know everyone loves her. Same with Doctor Slump. Oh, fun fact, because I do this a lot. I forgot to add the scarf. I was gonna say, I think one of the cool things about like, I don't want to just say NMC, but the YouTube comic book community. I don't know. We need a clever name for this group because I want to include like Jess's channel, but it's always fun learning about different cultures, like just how things work. Especially, man, if you have some friends from another country, ask them what they call chips, cookies, like basic things like that. It is the weirdest thing. Sorry, I'm plugging in my laptop. So I stream from my desktop, but I have the chat up in my laptop. There are too many people in this bathtub for me to watch a stream. Night, Hannah. Okay, now that Hannah's gone, let's talk about all the trash about Hannah. No, like how Kane like had a very human moment. It's like, Bar, are you okay? Bar, I'm brushing my teeth. It's on par for her. Ugh. Yeah, I do feel like, how to put this. I do feel like just it feels like this is a weird, very tumultuous time for a lot of people. So I'm grateful for like YouTube, and it's fun to be able. It's nice to be able to be like, wow, I don't know how I'm going to solve this problem. Well, let's go on here and talk about something dumb like a man dressed up like a bat with a bunch of stuff that ignores physics. Don't get me wrong, I love Batman, but the power it would need, like that grappling hook. Ugh. So yeah, it works. Wow, this is weird. So like this is I forget what I saw. I think it might have been Lum. This is loosely based off of Lum, but since it's loosely based off of Lum, which is loosely based off of Oni, it ends up looking like I'm doing a traditional Oni. And in case you don't know what an Oni is, Bar, Japanese demon. Also, wait a minute, Kane, because she won't listen to me, and we're here to shame our friends. Why should Bar read manga? Oh, Bar, it's been hours looking at this thing. Someone's got to be entertained by it. It's like me getting a 64 test. Wow. It's like me getting wow, Bar. You know what, Bar? You're right. I should have a better example of like what it's like to do something amazing. So, when are you launching your comic and streaming it for the world to see? I'm excited. I'm excited to read what you do. Come on, Bar. When are you gonna show me what a real comic looks like? Your life is a comic. That's a cop out. God, that's something my mom would say. Congratulations, boomer. Also, here's a really weird fact. Uh, yeah, I kind of figured. Here's a weird fact though. Most people who are blonde aren't natural blondes, so we're so used to seeing the fake blondes. So if you want someone to look really blonde, add a little bit of black like here and in the eyebrows. In a comic, it'll be more of a believable blonde. Like it's weird, but well, that's the world. Oh, sweet. We are almost done with this panel. I need to make more time to practice and study because yeah, it's little things like that. You know, I feel like Harley Quinn doesn't have all the energy in the world. It's just, we only see her at peak energy when she's like down like X amount of Mountain Dew or Red Bulls. We only see her life for a couple hours. Also, Batman, because it's like I feel like every writer, every year, it's more and more like Bruce Wayne never sleeps. He's always on the search for crime. Dear God, if he doesn't get any sleep, he'll die. It's like, dude's got it. Like at some point, it's like, come on, let Bruce like smile. Man, I used to get up at like 6 a.m. just to watch cartoons. Now I'm like, ugh. If it's before a one in the number, I have a hard time with it. Especially when someone likes to chew on wires. Yeah. See, I kind of hate. I get what you're saying, Kane, with that Bruce is smiling. I hate it though, because it's like if you watch like the first season of Batman the animated series, he's smiling. He can be a happy dude. And I think it's like I think you need both. I don't know because it's like there are times I'm like, God, he is worse than the criminals. But I think I'm a 64-year-old in a 24-year-old body. You are like the oldest person I know, Bar. Like just old minded, not open to new things. So I would agree with this. You are a 64-year-old Jersey woman living in a 24-year-old Israeli body. That's how I view you. Um, but I feel like I'm gonna get in some trouble with this one. Okay, you pushed with the jersey. Oh, come on. You watch the Kardashians. We all know you want to be a Kardashian. Um, so I'm gonna get in trouble with this one, but fuck it. The thing I hate about the Bad Family, yeah, um, it feels like they're all weird. They're all pseudo clones of Batman. And when I say that, like every Robin, they all have the same power set. It's not like one has super speed. They're all have the same kind of gimmick. So then it's like, okay, well, if we don't have different powers, let's have different personalities. And it feels like, and I get, especially with how large the Bat family's gotten, it's like, yeesh. I want to become the fucking Kardashians. I knew it. Oh yeah, Kane's from Jersey. So Bar, why don't you like Jersey? Man, the Kardashians can't handle being the Kardashians. Also, no, the funny thing, Kane, is like I actually have like a lot of family from New Jersey. Um, I think especially how New York has just gotten like I mean, it's always been expensive, but it's just gotten ridiculous. I feel like more and more people are kind of like, yeah, but New Jersey's not that bad. Like, because it used to be like, oh, let's dunk on Jersey, but now it's kind of like, wait a minute, they have diners, mom and pop kind of places. You can afford a house. Honestly, I would love to see Bar. I've never watched the Kardashians. I still, you know what? All five of us, yeah, that's about right. We need to pressure Omar because I want Bar on the DC Evergreen list because I want Bar to bully all the other YouTube personalities. I want chaos. I want to introduce the Alpha Predator because I feel like that would be like introducing a shark to a like tank full of sheep. They will not be prepared. Yeah, that's about to say, King, because my relatives they would say they're from New York, like originally, but it's like I don't know, they've all lived in Jersey for decades, and it's like because yeah, at some point it's like you're from Jersey, you know. Well, what's weird is too with Atlanta because it's spiked up, it's grown so much. God. Also, I'm not like 100% sure, but like in Atlanta, at least around the sounding areas, a lot of our diners are owned by the same family, this Greek family. So it's like they're all right, but the problem is, you know, when it's everything's kind of owned by the same and like I said, I don't know if it's the same Greek family. It could be like 3 or 4, but they all feel the same. So it's like all of our diners feel like just you know, it's kind of like with McDonald's. It's like, yeah, there's a ton of McDonald's, but they all are the same. But yeah, well, the other thing I like too, because I know, okay, if it's Jess and Bar on anything, Jess has to agree with Bar. It's just his nature. So all of a sudden, like Omar would fight Bar, Peter would fight Bar, Lars, yeah, I think Lars would fight Bar. Like I said, it would be, I would be sitting there with my popcorn, just being like, let them fight. Jess's Uncle Sam. also, Also, what's crazy is like you know it's fun to dunk on Alabama. A friend of mine who's from Alabama, I've now reached the peak of our friendship because he's introduced me to the good shit from Alabama, the good food, and holy crap, it's like don't get me wrong, it's terrible the history of racism and especially the poverty levels, but it's like a crock pot because it's like you give people like the worst ingredients in time, they will come out with the most delicious food. It's the weirdest. I don't get it because it's almost like here's something unedible. It's like okay, how do we improve this? Speaking of unedible, cycle. So I'm guessing did I finally get to do this. Did Jess in his stream? It must be Jess into his stream. Gonna be a real YouTuber and say that. Oh, so part of me is like, I need to get up and get another drink. Can I do this? Let's play around. Oop, see if you can see. Hopefully, I'm pointing this at the right. She just curled up into a tight little ball. Ooh. And yeah, Cleveland, there's a bunch of comics I would love. So, I will dox myself to you if I can get some free comics out of it. Because I don't own much of the Fantagraphics catalog. I need to stop eating like burgers and stuff like that. The other fun thing, man, salads. It's crazy, like at least in America, it feels like it's like, burgers, $5. Like, okay, what about salad? Oh, it's 15. It's like, what the fuck? I don't even know who Alex Graham is, so that's a negative on that one. Bar would be easy to kidnap because it's like get in this van. It's like, yeah, what do I get out of it? Free food and a bunch of Harley merchandise. She'd be in the van before you could finish it. I feel like with James would also be in that fan. I feel like because I've done the salad mix from Costco. I need to get more of them. The only problem with that is I feel like those go bad before you can finish them because it's like the value is great, but then it's like, man, this is a ton of food. Ugh. Oop. Yeah, I can live with that. So I don't know why I have this habit. Like, if you need to make things random, they look better. I will automatically do that where it's like all of a sudden everything kind of looks the same and it's like, crap. Oop. You joke, cycle, but oh, oh yeah. I've been a little busy, so I haven't caught it. Yeah, I'm not gonna sound like a professional at all, but I'm a fan. Um, Jess hasn't done the giveaway yet, has he? Oh god, if you had Margot Robbie's phone number bar, you would be in prison. There would be an international incident if you had her phone number. Wait a minute. Whoa, 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 Kane. So you're saying like this pho is actually legit? Because I do have a Costco membership and I love pho. Yeah, because I feel like I would say this to Jess's face because I love you, Jess. I don't feel like Jess wants to do a giveaway because he's like, my fans. I think he's literally like, I have too many books in this corner I need to get rid of. Giveaway time. And don't get me wrong, I think he enjoys the fans, but I don't think it's like his first thoughts like, it's like, oh, we crossed this threshold. I think he's literally like, ah, I need some more space. Up, time to get rid of these. Cycle, I'm pretty sure upper management would kill him. My name's Barney. Everyone loves me, and they send me comics. Man, that's the. The problem is, I have enough money where I can buy some things. I don't have enough money to buy all the things I want. Which, and if any of you are watching, I do love you all so much. So one of my friends, their microwave broke down. Like I said, I love y'all. I was talking to another friend, and he's like, "Yeah, I think it's going to cost him like 3K to replace the microwave." And I'm like, "Excuse me?" Because honestly, my first reaction was, I'm like, "I'm really not in the right tax bracket to hang out with y'all." And lo and behold, yeah, he showed me a microwave that costs 3K, and it's like, I, I can't imagine spending 3K on a microwave. It's like I'm clearly doing something wrong with my life, right, Kane? It's like it's a nice microwave that fits in a certain spot, but I'm like, I like my apartment's so cheap. I had to buy my own microwave, and it's like I spent $50. Like, and I get, don't get me wrong, a couple hundred, especially if you got the cash. I can understand being like, hey, I want to spend like 300 or something. I want to get a good microwave. But yeah, 3K. I'm like, woof. I want to see a Josh and James catfish. What the? I'm pretty sure you now know. Like, how am I going to catfish anyone? Yeah, for like I said, and here's the thing too, because it's like I buy books. I buy a lot more books than the, which I get. Everyone's good because I have one friend like he's bought so many board games. Everyone's got their little tick. My one friend, I always forget, but I'm like, you love to cat fight. Sorry, I read catfish. Learn how to read English. Yeah. Well, you know what the other problem is? I got this stupid emoji thing over here. Yay, let me give myself a heart. Ooh. Whoever came up with this is 100% idiot. Oh my gosh. Yeah, if I was a quote unquote blind artist, I could be making billions. Why do you have to be comfy? I want to get a drink. Hey, keep growling at me, then I can kick you out. Yeah, I feel like with YouTube, they have a lot of things where I'm like, it's not a bad concept, but man, who also the fact on mobile you can't add someone. I'm like, what is this dumb bullshit? Maybe Melody could teach you English. Meh, 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 meh. Bard, don't you have like I don't know? Wait a minute. Insert my left foot instead of my left foot. My blind eyes. Cycle, you want a link to this 3K microwave? I can get you that link. Yeah, at the same time, it's a micro because the other problem is with the 3K microwave, it's like, so is this like a 30-year guarantee it won't break? Because that's the other problem. Everything nowadays is made so cheap where it's like I'm gonna have to replace it in 5 years. Ah. Mm, mm. Come on. There it is. God, I don't even know what brand I got. Ugh. Yeah, she is not quiet. Oh, Bar's going to bed. I guess the stream's over. Good night, Lamo. Ugh. Also, James, I need you to record that, unlike every other YouTube comic book streamer, I got one thing on them that no one else does. For better or for worse, apparently I made Bar came. To the show. So, it's oh yeah, Cycle. This is. I feel like everyone, like Jess always brags that he's like not professional. I make Jess look like such a professional because it's like, only got one screen, so you get to see. If you ever are curious how StreamYard works, just keep watching this stream. So, uh, let's do the generic beginning of the year question. What are some comic books you're looking forward to this year? Um, God, and I'm excited slash worried, but Conan's coming back, so it's like, there goes my money. Also, oh, let's abuse this power. Oh, this is going to feel good. Oh, I gotta. James, can you post a link to Beneath the Tree? Looking forward to this one wrapping up. That felt good. I can see why Jess does that all the time. The best. So I got my headphones in, listening to music like in the background because I don't want to get copyright and all that trouble. Right now, I have Real Big Fish. You're such an asshole playing, which is like the perfect song. So when I asked James to do that, literally the lyrics just went, "You're such an asshole." It's like, yes, yes, I am. I am curious with the like, James, you're a mod. Come on, what is this? What is this BS? You're a mod. Give me a link. Give me the IDW. Come on. Oh my gosh. Which link? Man, you had one job. You had one job. Huh. Apparently they had a convention exclusive. Ah, what the hell? Ah. Ah. um This doesn't describe it. First of all, I will say this: James's job is not easy. On the fly, I don't know how he does it. He's probably on his phone right now, but I need him on his computer. I need this is serious work, James. But no, I don't know, Psycho. This might be one you would like, maybe not. It's IDW, but it's about this serial killer who like murders people. Obviously a serial killer, but she always does it like in the big city, and she lives in this small town. So the rule is with her, it's like she never, it's such a small town, everyone knows everyone. It's like you never play where you eat. And all of a sudden, like someone else is starting to kill people in her small town. So she's got to find the killer before they figured out she's been killing. But here's the twist: it's drawn with like anthropomorphic characters. So, like at first glance, this looks like a very happy-go-lucky because it's a small town, like little community. It's such a great comic. Bunk, that's because I am not a professional and I got to do everything myself. Also, the way my setup is, I got my laptop hooked up so I can easily see the chat right in front of me. I should probably take a photo of it sometime. But the idea is, actually, I'll do one right now. Hey, ready for meta? Ooh. Yeah, everyone's been talking about that Ultimate Spider-Man. Yeah. Bunk, because I've been reading the individuals for Hoopla. But man, it's a great series. So I'm really hoping I've only read the second issue, but I'm really hoping it sticks that landing. Yeah, because everyone's been talking about that Ultimate Spider-Man. I don't know if Hoopla's got those yet. I gotta double check. Because yeah, fun fact, Hoopla has single issues because that's how I've been keeping up with Conan. Also, I don't know, someone else probably knew about this. So you can only check out like 5 books at a time, which I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. But here's the other cool thing. So I would always just like delete my book. If you actually return your book, you can then check out more books. So you can only check out 5 at a time, but you're not limited to 5 at a month. You're only 5 at a time. So as long as you actually return the book, you can check out more. And it was like the second I figured that out, I'm like, holy shit. So yeah, Hoopla saved me some cash right now because there's been a couple books like Last Ronin. Not a I enjoyed the book and I wouldn't mind, like part of me wouldn't mind rereading it, but it was one that's I'm like, I don't know if I need this in my series, like in my collection. So, well, cool. Don't have to get it. Mhm. Yeah, it kind of makes I can kind of get that. Because the nice thing is, what is it? Because I read like the Alred's Bugs series. I didn't really dig it, so it's kind of like, okay. What's another series? Savage Dragons is quite the opposite. I've been reading that and actually digging it, so I kind of want to get that. Okay. So I'm trying a new flavor, which is a cherry lime from Alani New. No, 1,000%. I get that with Marvel and DC. It's just like Hoopla's free and I got it, so it's like if I can abuse this, I'll abuse this. I shouldn't say abuse, but like I said, especially man, putting on like new issues makes life so much easier. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Oh, I know. Yeah. So in case anyone's wondering, I have X amount of like free patterns saved. So there are moments like this where I'm like, okay, I need to put something back there, but I don't want to spend the time to actually do it. So next, what I do is called binary, which basically turns everything to black and white. There's no gray; it's just black or white. And then go in, delete the white, left with only the black, and Bob's your uncle. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen, but I'm fine with that. I'm pretty sure, like, because I'm. If y'all haven't though, check out Funkmaster Bees on comics. His channel, man, it's one of those delights, especially because I feel like the problem with YouTube, it's easy to get into a rut where you're kind of like, okay, I'm expecting A, B, and C. You know, with Bunk, I always think I'm like, okay, he's going to go this route, and he goes a completely different route, and it's always entertaining and fun to see. Like, oh, okay, cool. Especially because and I've tried out some books Bunks recommend, and they are good. He's got good tastes. Got to feed the doggos. Aw. But Kane, you're half my audience. Where's my link? What link? Kane, you're Cycle, you're not a mod. You got to bug James. Oh, ooh, part of me's tempted to let Cycle in here because I want to call his bluff, but that the other, I'm like, oof, a lot of chaos. Also, wait, Cycle, why would I let you on here for free? You've given it like I got nothing. I don't got any corridor I'm avoiding. Honestly, Bunk, that's why I can recommend your channel because it's like I think that's the key. It's the shitty thing is I feel like with YouTube, you know, it's like, oh, you gotta do this format. We want you to do it this way. And it's like, yeah, but the things I want to watch are people, yeah, I'm well aware of what you want. Cycle, I need the complete works of, um Carl Barks DuckTales. You know, maybe a StreamYard link will be involved if I got the complete works of Carl or Charles Barks. Uh, so I feel like last one, Torsten. Also another fun channel, which I technically will be a part of on Monday or on Tuesday for a film I've definitely watched because I definitely watched the book club movie and not been kind of slacking off on it. Now the last one I did kind of late. This one I'm like, let's do a little bit earlier for like the UK crowd. You know, mix it up a bit. Yeah, I can't believe I've been going on for an hour and a half. Also, you all missed some classic moments with Hannah and Bar because, whew. All I want to do is talk about Godzilla -1 or Shin Godzilla. Shin Godzilla was crazy. I can see why everyone was hyped about that movie. I'm just saying, Cycle, you start to send me some books. Yeah, maybe there's a link for you. I cannot believe you sent Jess all that like goiter, like especially because like none of those indie books are cheap. It's like holy shit, that's a dedication. Ah, not gonna lie, my black placement here wasn't the best, but not the worst. Okay, let's see if I can fix that. Ah. So outside of cycle demanding things from my free stream, anyone else got some questions? Yeah, and unlike everyone else, I can keep up with my chat. Just saying. We could have a deal. Cycle, have you read Dwellings from? I know it's published by Oni, but it was originally like self-published by a dude. Well, one, it takes so long. Why do you have so many magic cards? You're addicted to plastic paper, which we all are in some way or shape or form. Two, why does it take so long to sort? Because you care, Bunk. Because you care. See, me, I don't give a damn about magic. I could get that sorted in like 30 seconds. Throw it all in a shoebox. But you care. Because I'm guessing with you, you have a red and white deck. Do I know anything about magic? Nope. Am I pulling colors out of my hat? Yep. Am I right, though? It'd be kind of scary if I was right. Yeah, I had a friend try to introduce me to magic, and it's one of those I can get why people like it, especially if it was part of your childhood. But it's one of those I'm like, yeah, I'm good. How do you get more space? Buy a Kalax. I'm not even joking. Because like where your current setup is, you could get a lot more room with Kalax. I just got one, and man, it's kind of frightening how much more space you get with those things. Especially because it's like one, two, wait, how many are there? One, two, three, four, five. So out of 25, two of them are double ended, and seven aren't even used. And it's like, holy, and it's like, you can fit five Omnis on one side of those, so you could technically have like 10. It's insane. Like, oh, it's also, I can see why it took Omar forever to move all his stuff because I'm like, he has like what, five, six of the, like something like that. But I'm like, holy. So yeah, if you want more space, hey, Chris, if you want more space, get a Kalax. That and like, no jokes, their delivery was some of the best. And I was a little shocked by that because I spent the extra 40. I live on the second story and I have a notoriously bad back. So it's the kind of thing I'm like, okay, I'd rather spend the extra cash on them moving it than me spending it on trying to fix myself. Cycle, you deliver the goods, then you get the link. Okay, let's fit the absolute. They don't fit the IDW ones. No, Billies aren't good. The only thing I've noticed with Billies, and this is more of a personal problem because I nailed them in to make sure like they're secure. So like I need to get some bookcases that are just for like manga because I have some smaller tankobons and stuff like that. So it's the kind of thing. It's the different sizes because it's easy when everything. I can kinda understand now why some people are like, "I only wanna collect this." It's like, yeah, that makes sense because it's easier just to try to, like, get everything when everything's the same, it's easier to organize and think about. But here's the thing though too with the 6 Billies, because like I said, unless you're modifying them by putting something in the center, like because the SAG, because I mean, people like give me grief about mine, and it's like I haven't even had that heavy of books in there. Like I didn't even have omnis and stuff. It's just bookcases tend to sag over time no matter what. Because the thing with the Kalax, I forget what it's called. They're smaller spaces, so it's crazy because there's only 4 screws in those things or 8 screws, but it's the pressure you get. So there's smaller surface tension, so it's can hold up a lot heavier stuff like that. Yeah, the Parker books, artist editions. There's a couple because I just got that Tash and hasn't shipped yet, but the Tash and Frank Frazetta, I have no idea. That might become my top shelf book. Um, because the other thing I've noticed, because I was moving some of my books over, and it looks like Abby jumped up on some of my first shelf and like scraped some books. And it's not even to the point that it's like I can't read or it's like, oh, this is ruined, but it's just more like, there's some slight damage here. Like I should be fine with it, but then part of my brain goes like, I need to replace this. Now that said, like, because I'm like, oh, pre-made bookshelves. God, if you had someone like with some basic carpentry tools, you could make a better bookshelf. Because I feel like the biggest problem with a lot of bookshelves, especially like the Premont ones, you got the sides, but you got nothing in the center. You don't have extra like support in the center, and that's where you need it the most. So it's like, let's say like this is the old bookshelf. What you need is like struts like here in the middle, because the problem is with over time. Oh, let me do it on this side. Over time, it just kind of bends. The other fun thing is drywall and making sure they're mounted correctly. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So let's see about this. Yep, that's a problem. So this is the other fun thing about doing digital. Let's do it that way. Okay. Nice. So like they make screen tones, especially like in Japan, they still have a ton of these. Japan. But it's nice to be able to do this on the fly like this. Because I knew where it's like, hey, these background characters, I wanted them how to put this? They're more of a graphic element to kind of like the center of this character. So, it's like I could spend forever trying to cut this out, or witchcraft. Ah, yeah, actually, I'm fine with that. And if memory serves right, sorry, I'm not looking at the chat right now. Yep, yep, this one's binary. So I don't even have to I don't have to do anything with that. Yeah, I will say the cost of wood, yeah, which is crazy. Also, Chris, the Better Homes and Gardens 4 shelves. I'm curious about that one. But yeah, the cost of wood, that has been well, because a lot of people, during the pandemic, it's like, okay, we can't go on vacation, we can't do this. Let's work on our house. Um, yeah, it is crazy though, because I remember, man, I'm curious. So back in the day, I used to be in theater and we used to do construction crew. We'd get like wood donated to us. Like we didn't have a big budget to spend on wood. So I'm curious, like how they do it nowadays, especially because like we used to go through and find like the quote unquote bad wood, and we would throw it in a pile that they used on homecoming for a bonfire. And it's just one of those. And yeah, it's easy to crack jokes like, "Oh, I'm old," but it's like, is that still a thing, or is that kind of like, is that the way? Is that officially gone? Which I'd be sad if it was, just because it's like wood's too expensive, so we can't justify doing this. I will say, I think if I ever buy like another Billy or something, I would look into getting some like L clamps or something just to put support in there. I don't know how Jess would take about that because I'm not. It's a couple things. I'm not Omar, and it's also like I like I'm here. I'm here having fun. It's kind of like I'm drawing. Let's have a conversation. Let's hang out. I have no grand illusions of being like, I'll break 1,000. In 2 years, I'll no longer have a day job because I can stream. Nah, there was a time I was like that, but that Josh is gone. Yeah, since I'm doing that. So, in case anyone's a little curious, um, it's not the best. It's kind of this is my shorthand for rock. But the other thing I like to do with this is use this as a motion because I got a bunch of lines pointing you this way to keep you reading. Here's the fun part. Trying to remember which is. One second, y'all. Cool. That looks kosher. Let's add a couple. Ew. Cool. That will work. Oh, glad that's done. No more work. What the hell's a Wade Logan? I probably said something that I don't even know. Oh, wait a minute. Bunk meets. So it wasn't me. Fantastic. Ugh. No, I do feel like it's interesting because I feel like a lot of things are on this cusp where it's like you got to make a profit, but things are getting so expensive where it's like, can people do them anymore? It's like I said, with wood going up, it's like, is it cheaper to buy a bookshelf than it is to make one? That's kind of crazy. I'd even say with like the Omnis, because like Conan at 150, and it's like there's no way I'm paying 150 for those books. But it's like the retail or like even at a discount, it's like it's getting to a point where I'm like, yeesh. And I get, like I said, I get you gotta make a profit, but it's like there's a balancing act where it's like you don't want to price people out of it. So that's well, Kane, I'll tell you why. Price. No, I bought some, and that's actually a good point because I bought some. The only thing with the metal IKEA ones, because I had them for other stuff, they work amazing. It's the textured grate is the only thing I would kind of recommend against them. I kind of wish they did make like a designated bookshelf, but yeah, they're also what's crazy is they're cheaper too. Ah, and what's crazy, Chris? I have an old school Billy that's like bigger than a lot of the current ones. I swear it was cheaper because it was white with some black like doodle marks on it. But man, I mean, yeah, it's just it's the way of things. They all of a sudden things kind of go, things cost more, cheaper cut corners. But Home and Garden though, is that was that the Walmart brand? Because I do know like some people were talking up the Target ones, and I was debating about that, but I couldn't find like a good one of that. Yeah, the problem with a very good custom bookcase, if they're really well built, it's like that could last generations. Because like, let's be honest, this is what I want. I want like a crappy looking Billy, yeah, with some like Barnes and Noble, one of those kind of books. You pull a lever that opens to a room. Hardwood, like yeah, let's go with the hardwood floor. Maybe like a fireplace, but then just like shelves of books. I want it to the point where it's like, my collection's too small. This looks terrible because I don't have enough books. Okay, well, yeah, I've actually heard good things about that Walmart one. Omar was saying like go with that brand. Yeah, and that was the thing. If it was a little cheaper than IKEA, then I probably would have like gone with that. But since they were like the same price, I was like, yeah, I know IKEA a little bit more. Oh, 1,000% a hidden book. You know what? Even if I just have the door open for me, I just like that idea of not only like a hidden bookcase, but like the Tartarus, where it's like there's a wall here. It's like Josh, you said your house was X amount of feet, but it only seems to be this. Most like the library, like this giant library. This is what I need. I need like the hidden interests, but then you need like an elevator, like the comedy, like the showcase. It's like yes, go down this winding stairs. Then there's like a back door where it's like, nah, this is just the normal way of getting in. Um, like I said, it is crazy though having like a big bookcase now. It's crazy. I guess it's crazy like upgrading to more space because all of a sudden in my brain I'm like, I could get a lot more omnis. And it's one of those things, there's a balancing act because it's like, I think we all, you all want the best of things. You want to enjoy your books, but at some point, it is nice to like, I don't know, it's keeping room for future buys, but then it's also trying to collect like current stuff that's out now because, something that's like dirt cheap now in 5 years could be expensive. Oh, I will say this though. So IKEA, it was like $40 for the shipping because I live on the second floor. One, so originally they're like, hey, it's going to be from 8 to 8. I'm like, okay. then the night before, they're like, "Hey, we're looking at coming to your place before 8 to noon. Is that okay?" And the fact that they were like, that they asked, I was like, "Yeah, okay." And then like at 9 something, like 9:40, all of a sudden they go like, "Hey, we're 20 minutes from your place." Granted, they took them like 30, but I paid, so I live on the second floor of an apartment story, so I paid to deliver it outside my door. They just brought it into my house and leaned it against the wall, but I'm like, they were extremely fast, extremely friendly. Like, I can't remember the last time I had this good a service. So it's the kind of thing, yeah, they cost a little bit more, but I honestly can say I got like a lot more value for that dollar. I'm actually really surprised because I could tell you the opposite of the last time I went to Popeyes. Ugh. So yeah, I have to say IKEA, they won me over. Oh man. I can honestly say this too. I can I like omnis. I can see why people like absolutes a lot more, especially reading both the fourth worlds. They are a nicer build, and I wish Marvel had not necessarily an absolute, but something like it. Because even like the image deluxe, like the Remender, because I got the Black Science. I think the problem I'm having with omnis, some of them it's like, yeah, this is a giant tome, but it's like doesn't need to be this giant of a tome. So I'm over here drawing a fantasy comic while talking to y'all, and then I got Dane Cook in my ear. Ah, life. But yeah, part of me, what I want is like the old German woodworker. I want something built that's like, this thing has been here for 500 years. Here's a little decorative thing. Here's a little latch that hides your valuables. It's like, basically, I want to hold my books while having a nifty little trinket kind of situation. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yes, Evler. Cycle, I like how you've only watched for like 20 minutes and you're like, I already want to invade. Like, I want to be a part of this. If anything, it sounds like what you need to start doing, Cycle, is stream. Why aren't you streaming? Yeah. You know what I need, Kane? It's not only like a very good, reliable carpenter. I need someone who this is their hobby. Like, sure, maybe you pay a little bit more, but it's like, I don't need also, like most people, I need the space. Because I'll be honest, the bookcase isn't the problem, it's the space. Because truthfully, you're only a hoarder if you're poor. Because, like, Oprah Winfrey, her main house has 14 bathrooms. I don't know why it has four. I honestly don't know why it has 14 bathrooms because it's like, what do you do with four? Like, do you want that many people in your house at a given point? Like, do you have to pay someone to like flush the toilets once a month to make sure they work? Like, who wants 14 bathrooms? Because if I could take my current apartment, double it, and have the double space be the office and the like library, things would be perfect. 14 bathrooms and two movie theaters, like is what I was told. But yeah, it's like who, especially two movie theaters. Like, at what point are you like streaming two movies that you're like, we run into this problem every week. If only we had more theaters. Money. I'm curious if she has a 3K microwave. Also, yeah, honestly, Chris, if you got any questions, I am here. It's not that hard. Because I've been using Clip for over a decade. So it's like if you got any questions on digital art, one thing I can tell you, like a couple things I've learned off the bat, like with inking, what you want is a tool slightly bigger than you're used to. Um, which sounds weird. Like you want a tool that's slightly bigger than you're comfortable with. And the reason being, it feels a little bit more natural to actual inking. Because, like with a brush or a nib, the idea is you get something, you lay down these thick lines. The other thing is, like a lot of things, it's getting the right equipment. Because I got a wake up. I won this in a divorce. I've never been married. I had two friends, they were getting divorced, which it worked out. One friend we lost like completely, but the other friend, she has never been better. But when they were getting divorced, dude needed to sell some stuff, and he had like I think he used this for a month and just threw it in his closet. So I was like, I'll buy that 200 something device off of you for a lot less. Time to put Bunk into timeout. Oh, Bunk, you are so lucky. The only thing saving you right now is literally these emojis. Oh wait, no, I can just click on your name. Haha. I can put user in timeout. Why is AI the best? You know what? Let's talk about AI because it's my channel. I can talk about whatever I want. Here's the crappy thing. Like, do we all use AI? Yeah, you can't get around it because especially like search engines, Siri. I use Grammarly. I've used it for years. So, is the idea of AI bad? No, not at all. Especially like basic kind of tasks, and we use it at my day job because we have a script we wrote that does AI. Here's what gets me though with the like art AI. They know it's wrong. They 1,000% know it's wrong. And they know it's stealing. And it's the kind of thing, especially with the whole Taylor Swift thing, that's going to be interesting too. Because like, God, I mean, yeah, I can't imagine going to high school nowadays because it's like someone's pissed at you, they can just pull up some AI and make porn or whatever. Like even just show you doing horrible things like attacking puppies or attacking the elderly. It's like, why would Josh, social media and it lives on the internet. The other thing with AI, like, look at this panel. Look at this. Hey, like, what do you type in to get this with AI? Because it's like, okay, I got a giant ant with three heads being attacked by. I got a woman here, right here, like in a Western duster kind of look. Then another one that's complete 1,000% luchador. You can't do that. Because that's the other thing I feel like with AI. I don't know. It's just like it's got that weird look that's like, ugh. And I saw last year some billboards that were clearly using AI. It just feels like cheap, insane. Like I honestly think AI art is going to look dated in like 20 years. It's going to be that like, oh yeah, that was big when AI first took off. So I don't know, and it's the kind of thing, and I get it, man. I like I could throw up some old art here. There is nothing worse than like wanting to draw or wanting to capture something, but you don't have the tools to do it, especially when those tools are your hands. But man, it pays off putting in the work where all of a sudden you can kind of get, and I'm still not there. Like there are certain things like I need to get better at hair. Um, and yeah, like, um, yeah, Kane pointed out NFTs because the problem was like, is the idea of an NFT bad? Like, here's a piece of digital art you can track and own. Not really. Um, because technically like NFTs work the same way as like Twitter. A lot of these stuff use the same technology to keep that track of it. But yeah, the problem with NFTs were it became such a grift, and it's like any chance it had, it went the way of the dodo because it's like, oh, people are like, we can grift off this. Let's grift heavily, especially those dumb monkeys. It's like, oh my god, someone made money off of that, but I don't know how. Where it's like, this is a unique piece of art that they then copy. It's like, here's the cowboy version, here's the astronaut. Like, how is this a unique piece of art? And I guess like, how could NFTs be something good? It's the kind of thing like, hey, let's say you bought like a digital version of a movie, but we use NFTs so it actually shows this is your copy, so you can move it to device to device and actually own it. Cool. But we don't live in that kind of world. We live in the, oh, how do we screw, how do we grift? So the range of costs, it depends on it. Like, the better you put in, the more, Chris. So the more you, well, let me do this. Okay, so I started off with like a Wacom 12. I think they got one now that's like a Wacom 9. That's or sorry, Wacom 1 it's called. That cost me like $1,000. I think, but there's also, oh, I forget the name of it. Um there's a competitor to Wacom now. They're a lot cheaper. And a lot of people recommend them. I'm going to put a link in this website. I'm going to put in a YouTube channel that they review. They're one of those I trust. Oh. Did I click on the wrong thing and you all didn't see it? Yes, I did. Okay. Let me put this in the chat. So, Chris, this website, this channel, they review nothing but. I didn't know Kevin Smith made a YouTube movie. Yeah, I think I remember that as an NFT. But anyway, because I think Hollywood got really deep into NFTs and it didn't pay off as they thought it would. Anyway, that channel, they review like nothing but, excuse me, artist tech, like Wacom, like Cintiq's tablets. Recommend them highly. They're not biased at all. Now, software wise, software's actually pretty cheap. Clip Studio Paint, I think I got it on sale for like $50. And the cool thing with Clip, granted, like they'll have newer versions, but your current version will always cost, like, you own it. It's $50. So it's the kind of thing where it's like, I think like the equipment's the big heavy thing, but it's also, if you think of it this way, to do art traditionally is expensive. Paper and pencil isn't cheap, especially paper's gone way up. And like a lot of things, not only has it gone up, the quality's not as good. So all of a sudden it's like, great, it's hitting me on both ends. So you end up actually like, you save money with digital, but it doesn't feel like it because you have to spend so much at the beginning, is what I would say. But yeah, like I said, if I use Clip Studio Paint, I've used that for years. If you know Photoshop, you know Clip, because literally like the hotkeys are the same. Like, Clip literally went over to Adobe and was like, "Oh, that's how you do it. Well, we can steal it and make it better." Because like, here's a let's do this. So what's cool with Clip? So they have their standard, like, hey, look at that fill tool. Photoshop has that. What's the big deal? They have this one that's literally like a lasso slash fill tool. So literally, yeah, there we go. So you can use it like that. But here's the other cool thing: Clip's a little smart, so it can recognize it's like, oh, here, let me show you this way. So let's say, I want to add this color. It recognizes like, oh, you don't want to put color there because there's something there. Oh, let's put it there because there isn't color there. So Clip is a great little program. Like I said, that one I recommend highly. And I mean, the way I do digital, I've gotten in the habit of I don't use it like a lot of people use it because it's like Clip, and you can watch this from other people. They can have it break into panels. Like you can do a lot with Clip. I'm kind of I don't want to say Neanderthal. I kind of keep it a little simpler. I'll just use layers instead of using like folders and groups. So I have like a pencil layer, an ink layer. But does that answer your question, Chris? And seriously, guys, my I was lucky enough, and to this day, like will never know. Well, I was lucky enough to be have Brian Selfreeze as a mentor, and the cool thing is he taught me because it was his way of paying back the people who taught him. So it's the same thing. It's like, man, if you got any questions, let me know because then I can fulfill that payment to Brian. Because even like these tools are like this one, the Walter and the Pentel brush were made by Brian. Like these are some of the best. Elon. Also, you can tell a true digital artist because they don't layer. They don't actually write what their layers are because we're monsters. That's right. This is where this gets fun with these random characters because it's like the first time you draw them, sky's the limit. You can do whatever you want. The second time, you got to go, wait, how did I draw this? What did I add? Oh, that's right. Ugh. I will say this though, digital is better if you have a understanding of foundations with traditional tools because you can learn real quickly like, oh, this is how I cheat it. This is like the best ways to cheat it. If you're strictly digital, it's easy to fall into the trap where all of a sudden you get so used to like how to put this, you get so used to the crutches of digital that when you ever have to go analog, you do not know what to do, and it's like, yep, evolution. And like anything, there's goods and bads, there's limitations to things. So you all just witnessed something that Bar will never believe. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's close enough. I've been trying to get better at drawing different body types. So, and it's the kind of thing like hair, but also like tall, short, wider, small, smaller breasts. But yeah, it's bigger nose. Like my goal is not to have like same face or same body syndrome because like I love One Piece, but let's be honest, all the women look alike. Like except for Big Mama, it's like there's either young girl, hot chick, old hag, like in One Piece. Yeah. Man, I also find the chat lacking. You guys, just always like an hour behind me. I'm like, come on, y'all, entertain me. Oh, that's right. I completely changed. Favorite band? Historically, it's probably Queen because I literally fall asleep to Queen every night. Yeah, like We Will Rock You, all those. I literally just have Queen play for 45 minutes and it relaxes me. It's crazy because I own the Platinum Collection. Amazon's gotten so cheap though, it'll play I think usually it plays a lot of Queen, but then it'll start to play ACDC or other bands, which I love. But I'm like, I'm not used to this, so I can't fall asleep. Newer stuff, I would like some music I enjoy. Social Distortion's up there. I love 90s gangster rap, a lot of punk, a lot of metal. The only one genre I'm not a big fan of is country. Like I love Johnny Cash, but like especially newer country, I'm like, ugh. Pop music, I can take or leave. Also, and I hate to sound like old man Great House. I'm not a big fan of like newer songs, mainly just because like I don't know. It's weird too because a lot of newish music, I'm like, I remember when this like originally because they sample so much now. That's wrong. To the point where I'm like, wait a minute, this is blue. It's like I remember like so it's like I can't enjoy the new song because I'm so stuck in the old song because it's like, it's such a big sample. I also like oh, what's the name of that? Oh, come on. Because I also love like Cher's If I Could Turn Back Time. I cannot remember the name of the song. The beginning of Adventures of Babysitting. That song was brilliant. Also, like anything, Kane. I think the hard thing with art, like, okay, if I can watch Bill Sienkiewicz use a Sharpie. I know how Sharpies work. I've used a Sharpie for decades. I don't know how Bill Sienkiewicz can use a Sharpie because I'm not, Bill Sienkiewicz has done Bill Sienkiewicz for years. So some of it is the tool. And I do get annoyed when people are like, it's not the tool because it's like, no, some of it's the tool, but a good portion of it is having the knowledge of how to use the tool. So, like I said, it takes some time, but yeah. Cycle, we have a deal. You send me a bunch of comics. I may or may not send you a link. Also, Kane and James were here earlier, but yeah, Bar and Handa were way off the cuffs. Like, oh my gosh, the stream was insane. Yeah, it works. Oh, rap, Wu Tang Clan and Biggie, but definitely Wu Tang Clan. Newer one, I would say Run the Jewels. They are fantastic. Um, NWA is a classic. Classic Snoop Dogg's kind of weird. Like his early stuff, I love. The more he's kind of gone on, not as much. Outcast, I live in Atlanta. That's got to be on there. Luda, and also it's the kind of thing because oh, you know who I'm gonna throw up in there? Weird Al Yankovic is one of the best rappers. Like he's just one of the goats when it comes to music. And I think you know what I think the other problem is moments like this because like I'm listening to my music. It's in my headphones. Um, I have not listened to Girl Talk. I is it? It's not a punk band. But I was about to say the other problem is because like right now I got okay Monkey by the guys who did the Gorillas. They did a Chinese opera based off of Journey to the West. I got that playing in my headphone right now. It's an amazing song. I would love to share it with y'all, but I don't want to get in trouble. So I think like moments like this, it's like, yeah, I'm not looking at, it's like I'm not looking at making money. Now, if you want to support me, Patreon, blah 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 blah. James got the link. Does James got the link? I don't think James got the link. I think he's slacking. I don't got the link. Here I am talking all this jive, and I don't have the link. Anyway, um, but it's like, yeah, I can't even just play it with you guys because it's like, oh, legal. Because yeah, I don't listen to the radio anymore, so it's like, oh, haha. Feel like James took that as a personal. James is just covering his bases. Thank you, James. I made him a mod without asking. I have never seen someone so spitefully put a link up before. It's amazing. I could just tell the there you motherfucker. No more questions. Ugh. But yeah, it's like, how do you legally like? How do you share music nowadays outside of someone literally like handing you a link? It's I feel like in the quest to to make money, it's like, okay, you've actually kind of killed a lot of your revenue, like a lot of the ways people would find music. It's going to be interesting too when we get to the point when like a lot of these artists are dead. uh, that's me having fun with James. He's a trooper. But like I said, it's this interesting. I don't know. We're just isn't. I feel like we're in this weird growing pain, especially with certain things like music. It's like I'm curious how it will look in the future. Because like our one hit wonder's gone. Our one hit, that song that took off for a summer that they played. It's like, is that dead? Oh, Run DMC, DMX. Oh, all good choices. Yeah, Run DMC. They were the first ones I discovered. They were literally my first. Tricky was like my first song that I recognized was rap. Cycle, don't give me that bullshit. You know better than anyone. You got to support the small guy to get the hardcover. Don't give me that. DMX though, man. Oh, he was a treasure. Public Enemy, I'm not gonna lie, I need to listen to more Public Enemy because all I know is Fight the Power, which is a good song, but there's more. No, especially like David Bowie, and it's I'm also on Tapas, they're a competitor. But like, because I remember when so I went to go see Social Distortion, and they were opening for this little band. I don't know if y'all have heard of them, Foo Fighters. And at the time, and this is going to sound crazy, I wasn't a Foo Fighter fan, mainly because it's like I think it's like Monkey Wrench just came out. It's like they were playing that song nonstop, and it's a great song. But I just remember that summer, I was like, oh my god, I'm like, I'm tired of this song. Well, one, it's like I didn't really know their catalog. Oh, Florence and the Machine, 1,000%. Oh, her voice is stunning. Oh my gosh, she is a treasure. Yeah, see, okay, I did not know that about Girl Talk. But anyway, back to the Foo Fighters. It blew me away when they started playing because I'm like, this sounds just like what I hear on the radio. Because I've gotten so used to like that's not how people sounding. It's like, oh, they need machines or they blah blah blah. That was one of the best shows I've ever saw, and that turned me like 180 degrees. I became the biggest Foo fan after that show because I saw like Red Hot Chili Peppers in concert, and they were good, but it's like they kind of they went through the motions that a concert does. So it's like they weren't bad, but it does feel like I don't want to say they phoned it in, but they've been doing this so long, they kind of know like, okay, we need to do this to do that. Ooh, Bob Dylan, nice. Yeah, because I remember like Metallica opening up for Black Sabbath. I still wish I could have saw because Ozzy always put on a great tour. See, and I think you know what I think it is. Cycle. I saw them with 30 Seconds to Mars. 30 Seconds to Mars, like they screwed up the audio to 30 Seconds to Mars, where it was all the Red Hot Chili Pepper settings because like they sounded terrible and not by choice because it was literally like certain instruments weren't being played right. Um, Unfortunately, the only way for I'm not making Cycle a mod. So let's do this. This was granted. This was like 15 years ago because I'm old. I haven't seen a concert in forever because I remember Omar was talking about it was cheaper for him to go back to Peru, get a hotel with his daughter, go see Blink 182 there than seeing it in Kentucky. And it's like, that's insane. Ooh, Queens of the Stone Age. Yeah. Honestly, one of my favorite shows was Rob Zombie opening for Ozzy Osbourne, especially because someone gave Ozzy a fake like snow machine. He just was on his like he just got on his Parkinson's medicine, like he got on some new meds. So he was still young enough, like energetic. And you know what? I love Zombie. I love Rob Zombie's music. I won't lie, like I feel like he's gotten like two good albums in him, but he kind of keeps playing the same old, same old. He puts on a fantastic show, though. That I can't lie about. Like the imagery, the puppets, like he spends a lot of energy on that show. Um, yeah, because I haven't seen too many concerts. Social Distortion and Red Rocks was the my first like professional concert I saw, and that thing was amazing. I would love to see more concerts, but yeah, it's like they've gotten so expensive. Well, I always would hear about them late, and I joke because it's like, yeah, I buy comics, but in some ways, that's how it is. Well, Power Man, Power Man 5000 is his brother, right? And I think part of it too is like, and I love living here, but like Atlanta's become such an expensive town where it's like everything's gone up. Where it's like a concert that used to be like 20, $50 now is like 200, 400. Because I remember like my friends went to a concert and parking was $50. So it's like they end up spending like $100 before they got into the door. Cycle, I think I'm dealing with an amateur who doesn't have a YouTube channel. Prove me wrong, Cycle. Prove me wrong. I mean, yeah, because White Zombie's basically right. Because I enjoy both. I feel like with White Zombie, there was a little bit more a bounce to it. Because I think I enjoy more of Rob Zombie's singles, but I've noticed. I think the problem when you go solo, it's easy to get stagnant. What? I don't want to do that. Are you kidding me? Look at this. I can't even go to the link. Look at this. Ugh, this is the worst app ever. See, I was going to click on there, see all the stuff you put on there, but I can't. Ugh. What a terrible free service I use, StreamYard. I used to use a different one, but since I was on near mint condition twice and they use StreamYard, it's like, yeah, I can log into this thing. Because man, I would love. I hate that I miss ACDC because I think that would have been a fun one to see. Um, yeah, I met Daryl from Run DMC at Heroes Con because he wrote some comics. He would man, one of the nicest dudes, and dude is jacked. Like I don't know when Run DMC disbanded. It was one unfortunately died, but he's like, I'm just going to hit the weights now. But man, that dude is jacked. I'm on a Mac. Well, here's the problem, Cycle, because I can go to your link off my laptop. I wanted to shame you via the stream. Yeah, because it says this. Okay, wait a minute. Cycle, there. Yeah, I feel like I feel like I'm glad Heroes brought him out because the nice thing with Heroes is they literally only bring out comic book creators because like him and Stan Lee have been the biggest names. I don't know if you know this. Stan Lee made a comic or two, but yeah, it's nice because it's like part of me would love like a Keanu Reeves out there, but it's like I don't know if you would do it. I because man, I would love Giza from the Wu Tang Clan. Him on Etrigan, especially writing like Etrigan's rhymes. Oh, that would make my day. Mm. Part of me just wants to throw a cycle on here just to see the chaos he'll cause. Of course, the other problem is might get Jess being like, "What the hell, dude? Poaching my fans." I guess that's an. Oh yeah, Liquid Swords is amazing, especially with the Shogun Assassin clips in between. Money. Omar. What's funny is Omar asked me, he's like, "Oh, do you want to come back on the channel to do another interview?" I literally told him no. I'm like, "Yeah, we've already done two. It's like I wouldn't mind to come back to do like a video or something." Never heard from him again. Like, oh, you say no to me. Uh, Jokes aside, man, that man is way too busy. I'm e- I'm excited though because I do feel like, hey, it's my stream. I can talk about whatever I want. I feel like with Omar, he's in a growing pain situation because I feel like the channel's growing to the point where it's like I'm curious to see it in like 2 to 5 years. Jess, I'm happy. I feel like Jess is just like this is what I want. I don't give a shit, and I think that's the best. Oh, I've done like two interviews. Like he likes to do interviews, which is like him asking questions. I wanted to come on to like a panel or like a discussion kind of show where it's like old reader, new reader. I don't know about the evergreen. I could do the manga evergreen, but like couldn't do the DC or Marvel ones. Something like that. Fuck. Bring me on to Real Talk and we'll watch Primal. If you've not seen watch Primal. Watch Primal. Come on. Watch Primal. Watch Primal. Watch Primal. Um, I oh yeah, Omar definitely needs a team. So thank you, James. So Shin Godzilla and Godzilla minus one are two separate things. Like they both are Godzilla, but completely different. Shin Godzilla, it's a little rough with the CG, but it's a really good movie. Both are amazing. Shin is more about like the government response in modern day to Godzilla. Godzilla minus one, I almost cried and I gasped because they did such a great job with building tension and some of the scenes. Because Godzilla minus one, it makes sense. It takes place before the first movie, so in some ways it feels like a I don't want to say like a prequel, but it definitely feels like they're like, hey, we have a good idea for a Godzilla movie, but we want to put it in this point in Japanese history, which makes a lot of sense actually for Godzilla. So I recommend both. But yeah, Shin Godzilla's, like I said, the CG is a little rough, but the like storyline and idea is really good. They're both amazing. Yeah, it was the same thing, and it's like it's on. I yeah, after watching Godzilla minus one, I'm like, oh, let me give Shin a try. And yeah, like I said, they're completely. They both have Godzilla, but it's not even like I wouldn't even say it's the same Godzilla. Thank you, Kane. Because yeah, I've tried to get Omar to watch Primal, and he's always like, no, 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 no. It's like, because he's like, my kids didn't like it. I'm like, well, I didn't have any beef with your kids until now. That's pencil. Also, I'm not doing this because I want that pure like ink. But the other cool thing with digital, Chris, so like I can erase ink like with a pencil tool. You can do a lot of cool things where it's like I couldn't do that in reality. I'll say this because like I've been wanting to watch more of like the '90s Godzillas, and they're cheesy and fun. I can see why people like them. I feel like with Shin was the first one that was like, hey, what if we made this a serious movie with serious consequences? And I feel like Godzilla minus one was like, hey, what if we make a Godzilla movie that's serious with consequences that pulls at the heartstrings? Which, like, I didn't agree to this. No, honestly, and I saw Godzilla minus one black and white. You do not need any prior knowledge. Like it's a one. Like, yeah, you just go in and you can go in there blind. I would say the less you know about Godzilla minus one, the more enjoyable it is. Um, yeah, and I think that's the other interest. And same thing with Shin. Like, you don't need to know anything because I feel like a lot of the Godzilla films have gotten to the point where it's like, well, this is a continuation, blah blah blah. Now these ones are just like I have a feeling with Godzilla minus one. I'm curious if it's going to be like Planet of the Apes, the reboot one, like the newer Planet of the Apes, where it's like, yeah, if you know something about them, it's not bad, but we're doing our own thing with this IP. But man, well, so I've seen the original Godzilla movie I saw, or Gojira, um, because it was definitely a metaphor for like the atomic bomb, the destruction, and I would say even like the war itself. Because spoiler to like a 50-something-year-old movie, I won't say how, but it's like it's a bittersweet ending where it's like, okay, we defeated the current problem, but now we have another. We've caused another problem. And the problem is, as Godzilla's gone on, it's gotten a little bit more goofy and goofy, which makes sense. Like you water it down, especially if you want to sell merchandise and stuff. So with Shin Godzilla, um, it was the director was he was fed up with the Japanese government, especially their response with the um, nuclear reactor thing. So that's why I made Shin Godzilla. I'm curious. I don't know why Godzilla minus one was created. I want that on Blu-ray. I would love to watch like the behind the scenes and all that. Yeah, Kane, what the hell? That series, like the Godzilla the animated series, is so good. Which you're like, how is this so good? And the movie was so terrible. And man, I want that Men in Black cartoon like Why isn't that streaming somewhere? Josh looking to get ether. Uh, but man, that Men in Black, like I miss that because they also did like Jumanji. They did a lot of crazy like arts on Extreme Ghostbusters. Extreme Ghostbusters. Also, I'm gonna sound like I might lose some of y'all on this one. I don't hate it, but I'm not excited about the new Ghostbusters, and it's weird being in a point where I'm not excited about Ghostbusters. 1,000% on that Blu-ray with the Men in Black cartoon because I still haven't seen Afterlife, which I've heard good things. But I feel like I'm just at the point too where I'm like, okay, if you brought back the old cast like a few years ago, Extreme Ghostbusters coming to DVD, interesting. But they brought back like the old cast a few years ago. I think I would have been a little bit more excited, like, cool. And I'm not against like the whole family, but I think the problem is the family's giving me flashbacks to Ant Man. I'm like, oh wait a minute, we did this once. Two, I'm like, how many Ghostbusters? Like, how many Ghostbusters do we need? And also, you know what? I'm gonna be honest. He'll probably never hear this, and it feels weird saying this, but fuck Bill Murray. And I say that because it's like we should have had a Ghostbusters 3, especially with Spengler alive. And he didn't want to do it because he thought he was such a superstar. See, I didn't like the 2016 one, and I saw that in theaters. And the reason I didn't like that one, I hoping we're past this point with comedy, because I think like what made Ghostbusters was amazing was the brilliant timing, especially like saying boom, 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 like that's a big Twinkie, or it's like it's true. This man has no dick. Like some of the best, like just perfect timing. With the 2016 one, they were doing that weird ad lib, and I'm like, you all feel like the same characters. Two, having the what's her face? Why can't I think of her name? But having like the black character again be the streetwise, not the like smart professor, it's kind of like, okay, we're playing that one again. I think the best part of that movie was Chris Hemsworth just being goofy and evil. Also, the CG, like the ghost designs in the CG were weird. So, and it's like I don't even blame like the cast. I think they got a lot. They got a lot of flack what they shouldn't have. That movie just had a lot of problems. Us, Airplane is amazing. Yeah, because like here's the thing, Airplane. If you just read like the script of Airplane, it doesn't. You'd be like, why is this funny? You watch that movie, it's the timing and delivery, and especially like, did you cure your drinking problem? Like, oh my, I know Jive. Like, holy shit. Because yeah, I feel like also with Ghostbusters 2016, one, the fact that I have to call it Ghostbusters 2016, because give it another name, or like, Ghostbusters a new call or something, give me something. Like some underlying thing. But it's like, okay, either reboot the series or have it be a sequel. Don't do this weird, like kind of both. It's like, yeah. I'm hoping we're done with that, where it's like, well, we can remake like because that really did feel like a remake of the original Ghostbusters, like the library. So we'll see, but it kills me too because oh, I didn't have the cash at the time because money was tight. I miss out on buying the IDW Ghostbusters, and man, those were some of the best comics. And they like at one point had an all-female team, which was amazing because it was characters you knew and loved. Because like seeing Janet as a Ghostbuster is actually fun. I'm just saying I don't know. My point is, I'm just tired of seeing like older characters because like Bad Boys 3 was painful, and it's like, oh man, I would have loved you guys like 20 years ago, 10 years ago, but now it's like you have a hard time running off a building. I don't need to see this version of Bad Boys. Also, because like, oh, what was that? Cry Machizo or whatever, the Clint Eastwood movie when he's 90. Like, it's weird. There's literally a 60-year-old woman hitting on this 90-year-old dude, and I'm sitting here going, well, one, when she was born, you were 30. Two, he's 90. Who's hitting on a 90? Like, realistically, like, who in their right mind would hit on a 90-year-old dude? And I should not be having these thoughts while watching a movie. They are making more Bad Boys because Bad Boys 4, my friends worked on that one. That's good. It's cherry slush, but I do enjoy this. I would love. I don't know if we'll ever get it. I don't want a remake of Airplane, but I would love another movie, like in the spirit of Airplane, where it's like take like a genre that's been kind of overplayed and make like a goofy, like just well written time, like funny kind of thing. So really like, yeah, update the jokes, like make it more. You can make it more appropriate for nowadays. I have no idea what Asteroid City is. Kane, what is Asteroid City? Also, look at Kane with their fancy PS5. A friend literally asked me, they're like, "Oh, are you playing Final Fantasy off of PlayStation 5?" And I'm like, "I can't afford a PlayStation 5." I then just sent photos of all the books I bought. Oof. You know what's crazy too, Chris? We have Clint Eastwood's son, who like I hate. It's weird to admit he looks better than Clint Eastwood because it literally looked like someone took like the sexy slider and gave him like +10 or whatever. I don't know how good at acting he is, but I'm like, couldn't we just train uh this Eastwood to be the new Clint, Clint Eastwood 2.0? Also, I guess it's kind of weird too, because like Omnidog Discord. What? What are we talking about? Omnidor Discord. This is the Great House Hour. Wow! I'll check it out. That was me going complete Muppet. um, I was talking about I think the other weird thing is because we keep getting action stars who are older and older, but then we don't get to see like classic, like because I think some of like Gene Hackman's best roles is when Gene Hackman's older. Like there's a lot of actors who all of a sudden it's like they kind of age into this great spot where it's like Michael Caine. Michael Caine was classic throughout all of his career, but I think some of his best roles is like him being a little older. And it's like it feels like we don't get that anymore because it's like we have to make like how many more action movies is Tom Cruise going to do? Like, do we ever like? And I'm being serious here. Do we ever see Tom Cruise like doing a non-action role? And that sounds like a joke because we all know it's a no. Like, yeah. Yeah, because it's also weird living in a world where Ozzy Osbourne's about to retire. Oh, nice. I Part of me wants to get a PlayStation 5 for like Final Fantasy 7. I bought a friend of mine was very nice. He gave me his 4. Unfortunately, like it shipped something happened in shipping, so I had to get it repaired for $100. So it's kind of weird because I got a stack of like PlayStation 4 games I need to play. But it's like at the same time, there's like some newer games that I'm like, I kind of want to get that. And I should be playing video games, but no, I'm here. And no. Here's the thing, Cleveland. I'm not saying like Tom Cruise can't do those parts. I'm just saying it's like it just like it just I can't imagine like Tom Cruise playing like an older gentleman in a drama nowadays. Like I feel like he's so adrenaline junkin. Yeah, yeah, because I still need to play Uncharted, which I'm a huge Uncharted fan, and I haven't played 4 yet because it's like, oh, I hate that this is the last one. Because it's one of those part of me's like, yeah, I get you can't make these things forever, but at the same time, couldn't you? Oh, that's you know what, Elon, a perfect example because that movie's amazing. But yeah, his part was so great in that because it wasn't your typical Tom Cruise. And I'm not saying like you need to do that all the time, but it's like, man, once in a while, it's like do a part like well, because like I know with Brad Pitt, he was getting tired of getting typecasted like as a pretty boy. So he started doing like Snatch and all these other films because he's like, okay, this sounds like fun. Cycle, I'm kind of curious about that nowadays because after what's it called bombed, I don't know if he can say that. Like that's the other thing after 'cause I think no one thought that a Mission Impossible movie would bomb in the theaters. Because I'm also worried. I need to watch it still. I haven't seen Barbie, but I feel like they took all the wrong lessons from Barbie instead of all the right lessons. So I'm kind of curious. Like Godzilla minus one, especially made for 15 million. It's like Hollywood make these kind of movies, and I enjoy the MCU, and I do miss them. Like I'm kind of curious to see an MCU movie made with like a 15 million budget, maybe like 25. Because it's like, man, you would have to have a tighter script and a lot better characterization. It's like, oof. Cycle Mission Impossible, it bombed. That's yeah, it did it make a profit? I thought it didn't make a profit at all after like advertising and everything. Yeah, because well, you know what? Let's go down this rabbit hole. So Ubisoft said like video game fans need to get used to the idea of not owning their games. And there's a channel I watch, RGTB 80. They threw me. Oh, Blake, 1,000%. Yeah. Yeah, and I think the MCU needs to go back to those kind of roots where it's like, hey, here's a movie. Let's just enjoy this movie because, like, I enjoy Black Panther too. I actually cried during that movie. But what kind of got me, like in retrospect, there are two things that got me with that movie. One, like all the scenes where they're setting up the other movies, it's like old and repetitive. It's like I get it. Um, it's like I don't like, especially like the FBI thing. Like there's just certain like or the CIA storyline. There were just so many things that didn't do well in that movie, and it's like I almost wish it would could get a recut where we didn't have to introduce the other thing, like the other trying to introduce 4 or 5 different movies. 568 million. Okay, I will say this cycle. I shouldn't have used the word bombing. It did double its money, but considering that is still considered a failure in their business eyes, which is dumb because they want these movies to make $1 billion. I haven't seen the new Top Gun, so interesting. Elon, is that part of the? Well, let me do this. Out of curiosity, Elon, is that part of the TV tax? I do feel like with the MCU, I especially like with Thor, I kind of wish they would do a redo with Thor, especially with the whole like Walter Simonson run, because it's like Ragnarok took a lot from that, but it's like, or even like the God Butcher. I'm like, can we get a redo on these? Because I haven't even read the God Butcher from Jason Aaron's Thor. I need to, but even I recognize like watching that movie. I'm like, ugh, this was not a good use of that character. Also, I know many of people love Top Gun, the original one, and their favorite scene is the volleyball scene. Ugh. And I hate that the MCU is not in a good place because I love watching the Marvel movies. And man, especially like Endgame, I'm like, God, I want to read some more Thor. I want to draw some Thor. I would love to read some more Cat. You get excited for comics. I am so hoping Gunn can deliver because one, we need some good competition. Two, the fact that he's advertising the comics, because it's like, that's something Marvel should have done a while ago. That's okay. Yeah, it literally did. Well, I think the problem was, I think Tycho, like, from my understanding, someone wrote Ragnarok, and it feels like he got more lucky with Ragnarok than skill. And I feel like with Love and Thunder, he got addicted to his own hype, and yeah, because it literally did feel like three or four movies just like crammed together. But man, especially I would love to see like some more, because the thing with DC, I think that was kind of weird where they're like, we're gonna go grim dark, and it's like, and I enjoy. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy some good grim dark. But okay, whenever DC fans like, why is that so wavy? Huh. Whenever DC fans like, I don't like Silver or Golden Age, I'm like, are you sure? Have you looked at DC? Because like DC owes a lot of its roots to like they still wear their Golden Age proudly on some stuff. So it's weird that they're like, we're gonna go grim dark. It's like that's a choice. Because man, like I would love to see like New Frontier. Honestly, too, I just finished watching Justice League, the animated series. I want to see, I forget their official name, but like the Suicide Squad versus Justice League again. Well, because I feel like the other thing with Love and Thunder, no, I feel like, oh, so okay. Here's Chris. Here's my thing. When I first saw Ragnarok, loved it. Thought it was great. Thought it was hilarious. You know, watch it the second time, not as good. I'm like, okay. Every time I've watched it, it's gotten a little less and less. Here's the other problem. I read after I saw Ragnarok, I my first omni was the Walter Simonson's Thor because I wanted to read it. I was watching Omar and he kept talking about these omnibuses. And the crazy thing was, this is before I knew about like cheap graphic novels. Really, I didn't even know IST for the longest time. But on Amazon, I priced it, and the trades were going to cost more than the omnibus. So I was like, well, let me buy the omnibus. It's like, well, let me get the omnibus because it's going to be like $30 cheaper, which is the crazy world we live in. But yeah, after reading that, I was like, and truthfully, I don't want a Thor movie. I want a Thor. I would love a Thor cartoon that looked like Kirby slash Simonson art. But it's like, or give me a show, because man, I want like a season. Oof. Do like the first season where randomly showing Saphir making that sword. Oh, oh my gosh! I'm like, I cannot believe the utter madness and balls on Simonson to be like, I'm going to spend a year showing you a villain making a sword and not deliver on it. It's like, what? I need to reread that series. Yeah, I feel like the other interesting thing is with the MCU, we're now past, I want to say, like the Kirby and Lee, like some of the class, like the very classic era of Marvel. And we're starting to get into some of the newer stuff, which isn't a bad thing. But I do feel like I felt like with some of the classier stuff, they were such simple storylines, it was easier to doctor them up. Where it's like some of this newer stuff, it takes a little bit longer to set up because it's a little bit more complex of idea. So the MCU is having a hard time. It's like, yeah, the God Butcher, and if anything, the God Butcher should have been set up like in Ragnarok and paid off in Love and Thunder. Also, the fact that they're like, oh, the problem with the MCU is not enough Disney execs. Like, yeah, that will solve everything. The hell is? Oh, that's what that is. There's nothing better than like forgetting what you drew. So here's a fun thing with making comics. Um, Penciling, like I still like to keep things halfway loose, so I have like something to play with, so it's not just like a direct like boom, boom, boom. So I was looking at this, I'm like, what are these? And it's like, oh yeah, that's this back of the saddle I forgot about. Yeah, because what's the other thing I would love with? Well, and also it's like I don't think you need to make like the God Butcher like hard R, but it's like I don't think he should be in a comedy. And also, you know what? Since we're going down the MCU, I I love Thor and Endgame and um Infinity War, but I loved him in Endgame because like, oh my gosh, I was going through a rough point in my life where I wasn't getting paid enough. Like I was just working. It was the kind of thing I was like working to survive. But it's like I don't have enough energy or money to like, live like to enjoy life. And life was hitting me hard too because like friends were moving on. It felt like everyone was moving on. I'm still struggling. So when I saw Endgame, I literally cried when Thor's mom was like, "Son, the years have been hard on you." Like that hit me hard because it felt like, oh my gosh, like I feel like Thor in this moment. Especially it's like, it's you're overweight, all this stuff. Like there are so many things where I'm like, yep, check, 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 check. Um, and I also appreciate where oh nice. Sorry, Les Mis is playing in my ear. Um, I appreciate with Thor 2 where they didn't just give him a montage to like lose the weight where it's like, no, it's like, yeah, he's gained weight, he's different, but he's still an incredible part of the team. So then in Love and Thunder, when they're like, here's a montage of me sexy again, it's like I wouldn't mind if it was him trying to get back into his like fitter self, but it's like show us that progress, show us like him actually because I was really hoping like Guardians 3 he would be part of it, and then it would be like Thor his own movie. Yeah, and I think I agree with you, Kane. I think the other problem is I think Disney got addicted to the big dollar, so they literally are like, we could do no wrong. And I think we're in a weird place right now because it feels like every movie now, or even TV show, one, I can't just enjoy the TV show or the like, I can't enjoy the thing because it's trying to set up 12 other things. It's like this was a cool gimmick that Marvel started, but now they've inflated so much where it's like, just let me enjoy this movie. I don't care about what's coming next. Two, okay, they have new characters. We need to introduce new characters. Cool. Introduce the new characters. Let me enjoy the new characters. But it feels like they want that in-game money, so it's like they're not giving us the time to like it's like, Iron Man, like Captain America, like because Cap 1, yeah, it wasn't the best film. Like it was enjoyable. But then it's like, okay, let's come back with Winter Soldiers. Like, holy shit, It's like let's retool. Truthfully, too, I kind of hate that we didn't get any more like World War II Cap versus like the Red Skull, because I do enjoy like I'm about to get to the original Zemos and the Kirby run in the 76, which is crazy. But I guess you get my point because it's like I would love to see new characters. I would love to be excited for these characters. But even like okay, the Black Widow movie, which should have come out way earlier, but it's like, okay, she feels like a, I forget her name, but she feels like a new Black Widow, not like her own character. Just like, here's a replacement for Black Widow. Also, I swear they're going to spend like 20 years assembling the Young Avengers. They're going to be old by the time they get together. It's like, just make a Young Avengers movie. Well, and I also am curious because we were supposed to get an Edgar Wright Ant-Man, and I think it came down to like they wouldn't let Edgar do his own thing, which it's like, yeah, it's, if you're going to hire Edgar Wright, let him do his own thing. I'm hoping like Gunn isn't that way. I'm hoping Gunn's like, hey, this is the tone we kind of want. This is what we're hoping for. Go have fun. Yeah, and I could see that. I need to watch those. I haven't watched because the other problem we got into, we just got oversaturated with so much stuff. It's like so hard to like watch everything all of a sudden. You know, especially it's like, whoa, slow down. Especially everything's connected to everything. Um, but yeah, I've heard that about with Hawkeye and Miss Marvel, especially Kamala Khan. Like she looks just like a fun. She looks like a fun character because she looks like she's having fun. Let's see, God, Infinity War, because sorry, I'm on some plots. Yeah, the secret. Yeah, you know what? I kind of wish too, and I kind of wish comics do this from time to time, where it's like, hey, you know what? Well, okay, one of my I love Conan the Barbarian. What does this have to do with MCU? Hear me out. Um, so the cool thing about Conan is, if you're a fan of Conan, you know his whole life. Like he started off as a barbarian, he was a thief, a pirate. Like there's certain aspects of his life, like a war chief in the desert. Eventually, he becomes king and he dies on the throne. So what's cool with Conan is there are times where it's like, hey, we have a cool story. Yeah, we'll put it in this part of his life. You know, he was a pirate. It's like, cool. Oh, we're putting this part of his life. He was a thief. Oh, cool. You know, or here's the end of his life. He's king. Sweet. But it's not like, oh, we need to dredge up the rest of the continuity. It's like, no, we just throw it here. Like, yeah, it kind of works here. I feel like with Marvel and the MCU, it's like, just give me that where it's like, hey, even if it's like, yeah, it's a new actor, like same guy who plays Chris Evans, but here's another World War II thing. Oh, that looks terrible. Yeah. But yeah, it's the kind of thing where it's like, well, and I'm very curious with Gunn because especially I'm really hoping we don't get any more like this is the blah, Batman crime alley with the pearls. It's like we all know Batman lost his parents. Like my mom knows who like Batman lost his parents. Like, come on. Same thing with like and I wouldn't mind like a Spider-Man TV show. I do like the MCU Spider-Man, but you get my point. It's like I just don't need Uncle Ben to die again. Yeah, like I said, I'm curious because I'm also upset. Like I don't think we'll ever get the Sinister Six with the MCU. I do, man. I do wish they would do like an animated version of some of this stuff that was closer to the comics. Especially, what? I did not know this. Yeah, because the fun thing is, Conan's in the public domain. The original Robert E. Howard stuff. I need to read Giant Days. I've heard nothing but good things. Okay, really? Oh, really, Kane? Because in some ways, I just want like I like the MCU, but the MCU does come with some baggage now, especially Infinity War and Endgame's some of the best movies. Also Elon, the new Titans Conan, recommend this heavily. The trade comes out this year. I recommend like not this year, sorry. The trade comes out this month. Get this book. Um yeah, and the problem with the Senate also okay, sorry, I'm like I'm all over the place. Let me rewind it. So the problem with the blip causes a lot of problems now, especially with newer characters. And I feel like they're in this weird place where they're like trying to avoid the blip in some ways, and it's like just tackle it. Like let's just tackle it and move on. And you could do some. I think you could do some amazing stories with the blip, but I think they don't want to tell those stories, which it's like, lame. Next thing, yeah, Sony with the Sinister Six. I get like it's kind of weird, or it's like Sony owns the property, but they can't use Spider Man. Blah 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 blah. I'm surprised because we got Miles, which those movies are amazing. I think those are some of the best Spider Man. In some ways, I hate to say it, like those movies kind of convinced me. I'm like, we should retire Peter Parker from Spider Man. Don't get me wrong, I love Peter, but it's like let someone else take the mantle. Especially, it's like Peter was made in the '60s. I don't even say the same thing with Bruce. It's like, man, let's retire. And here's the thing: if you want to make something with Bruce Wayne or Peter Parker, it's like cool. It's got to take place in the '90s or beforehand. It's got to be a period piece, which isn't a bad thing, I think. But yeah, I really wish. I'm surprised they haven't done like 2099. Now, I have no idea what the STV and the ATS Into the Spider Verse across the spider. Man, that version of 2099 from Across the Spider Verse, I was almost disappointed in the comics. I'm like, you guys lied to me. But yeah, I think those Across the Spider Verse. Here's the thing: Across the Spider Verse was solid. I can't say if it was the best movie or not because we have to wait to see how it lands. Like they left us in a good spot, but I'm curious. Like I think they'll deliver. I'm pretty sure they'll deliver. But yeah, those movies are great. But you get my point where it's like, okay, yeah, you can't use Peter. There's other spider, especially it's like make a Ghost Spider movie or a show. It's like let's do something with Gwen. I don't know. It's just we're in a weird situation. Also, Elon, speaking of Conan, you know what's fucked up? Amazon. So Amazon had the rights to Conan the Barbarian, but apparently, like someone in charge of Amazon's show or whatever looked at Conan and was like, "This is way too sexist. We can't make this." So they got rid of the show. They canceled the show. The showrunners then went on to HBO to make House of the Dragon. Apparently, Netflix is making Conan right now, but I'm like, you all let those guys, you let that team go make House of the Dragon. Wow, instead of Conan. Oh, oh. Yeah, I feel like the problem with the live action 2099, God, the budget, like you get into the point where it's like 90% of it would have to be like CG or made up. So at that point, it's like, yeah, why wouldn't you just animate it? I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I don't think I can write a good Batman story. I don't know if I could write a good Spider-Man story. I think I could write a better 2099. Um, and the reason I say that, because I enjoy 2099, but I feel like they never like formulate ideas. They never concrete some stuff, and they had to hit the ground running. So all of a sudden, it's like they never got a chance to get like their footing, and it kind of shows, especially after the Hammer fall. That was a weird storyline. And I think also, I will say this: Marvel being Marvel, where they're like, we have to introduce all these characters. It's like not necessarily. Um, I think the first thing I would do if I was in charge of 2099, I don't know if they would let me do this, but I'd be like, is set 1,000 years in the future, like 2,000 years in the future. It is like 2099. It's like some event happened, which we won't tell the audience. Like some cataclysm happened, and we're now into the '80s, so we're way into the future. The other thing I would do, I would have like so. Oh, wait a minute, it's right here. Aha! Let me pull out my notes. I made notes. Where are my notes? There you are. So yeah, 2099. Let's see, where was that? Here it is. Here it is. I won't show this off. So I had like Starch Fujiko. Alchemex was the chemical one. The other thing I would do is like have a forge company. So it's like that came from like the Immune and the X-Men line. I then would also have the scroll, and I would have the scroll be more religious, like the scrolls, they're religion, so it's more of a like it's definitely a giant company, but it's based off of this like like it's a kind of like the Vatican and the Pope, where it's like okay, they're a world player, but they are integral into this like idea of a religion. Um, and like have pen like because I would have Alchemix be kind of like a mix of PEM technologies from the Avengers, and I wouldn't say what, but there's a event that, and I would literally like take a lot of the same things with Peter Davison. So it's like I would have him like interject that drug into Miguel, make him addicted, all this. And then Miguel is trying to get rid of it. And by doing so, he ends up accidentally becoming Spider Man. The difference too is I would want him like, he's definitely his own version, but he wants to be like a hero. There's a couple things I would do, but it's like, I don't want to give a, there's a big, if I ever get the chance to pitch it, I think it would be a cool, like, this would be a cool way to kick off this series. It would open the door to a lot of things. And it's like, I don't want to give it away, but man, I'd love to work on it. Anyway, what were you all saying? What? Come on, Elon. Thanks, Elon. Oh, Miguel, yeah, that Miguel was perfect. Because I feel like the other weird thing with Miguel in the comic, like you can kind of tell they made choices that they regret later on, like killing his father. I don't know. Like I said, I think I could, really do Spider-Man 29 really well. I will show you this though. Goes on my Patreon. But yeah, like I went through and like design. So like we got Miguel, the boss, his dad, his mom. Or no, sorry, that was his brother. Yeah, like the bounty hunter, the assistant, the not Jarvis. But you have Miguel and then Miguel. But yeah. Can you see any of this? You probably can't see any of this, can you? If I was smart, I'd probably enlarge myself, but we're not that classy of a stream. But yeah, like I said, because I saw Chris would love a like Gwen Stacy. Yeah, and I feel like the other thing with they're starting to get here, but like Gwenpool, I feel like the problem with Gwenpool and like even like Spider Gwen, I think they realized later on where it's like, okay, we're now putting her in the shadow of That's all you need to see, Kane. um, but they're like, okay, this character's now stuck in the shadow of this other character. And it's like, it's not fair to the character. It's not fair to the OG fans. It's not fair to the new fans. Because I feel like, yeah, at least with Spider Gwen or Spider Ghost, it's like, okay, let's try to like make her own identity. Because I mean, there's like Ben Riley's a clone of Spider-Man. It's like it's not like Peter doesn't have clones or copies of Peter or like Robin, Nightwing, you know. But anyway, I'm curious. I feel like I'm hoping DC kind of knocks Marvel not out, but on like knocks Marvel down a peg or two, and Marvel has to come back swinging hard. And us as the fans just get better stuff. Because especially, I really want to get the Spider-Man, the Superman Blu-ray of the Superman animated series because that series was amazing. Man, oh, hey, I got 60. You all apparently like me rambling. Let me tell you what I want. I want the New Gods as an HBO show. Um, but here's what I want. Doubt they'll do this, but this is what I want. I do not know the Ben and Kane Spider-Man story. Like I legit do not know what that is. Um, this is what I want from New Gods because I just read it and I don't know if Taylor will let me ramble about this on the show. So anyway, this is what I would love. If have like guarantee me a first season and an additional episode. So what I would love is like have it set in the 70s, do classic well, here's the thing, no superheroes, no like Superman, no other characters like that. And the reason is I want it to be New Genesis, Apocalypse, and the humans. Okay. So like have like the first episode or so show off like inner city, kind of give you a sense of like humanity, what they can do, yada yada, and then introduce Apocalypse and New Genesis. Then kind of like inter um intersplice with, so if you haven't read, like, Apocalypse is where Darkseid, all these characters are from. New Genesis, they don't get as much loving because a lot of like Superman and those characters kind of take their place. But Orion, Highfather, show all that, show the war between them, have like forever, and kind of have those intersplice within the first season. So if the first season does well, have it in with like have the beginning be like Mantis invades the city, have the end be I can never remember his name, Kaibok, Darkseid's other son, and Orion fighting, have that be the season ending. Now, if the season doesn't do well, then have the episode The Pact, which shows how New Genesis and Apocalypse got to this unsteady Cold War truth. But if it does well, then it like have that be the beginning of season 2 and just go off from there. But have like, yeah, Mr. Miracle, the Forever People, and especially go off on that. Because I swear, like, this might just be for one other person here. I'm sorry. But like have Forger. I swear Forger was going to be a son of Highfathers. Like do some stuff like that. And like I said, don't worry about the rest of the NCU. Treat it like they did with Watchmen, the HBO series, where it's like we're taking this seriously, but it's its own little continuity. That's what I want with the New Gods. Oh, especially I wanted to call it Jack Kirby's New Gods. Oh, I'm a Jack Kirby fan. If you don't know, also I find that funny because like that's a Jack Kirby hand. That's a Jack Kirby hand. Comics. I'm also curious because we're supposed to get that like Malar world more with Netflix. Um, King of Spies. That would be a fun movie. I need to get that trade paperback because I was kind of hoping they'd make a hardcover, but it's looking like it's just going to be a trade. But man, that was a fun series. I recommend that one highly. Especially, I know it's on Hoopla and stuff like that. I got mixed. I'm not gonna lie, I got mixed feelings with movies because I do feel like Hollywood loves to come in and be like, "We know how to do things better," and it's like, "Do you?" Because this old Jewish dude with a pencil 50 years ago is doing a better job telling this story than you are with your billions of dollars. Yeah, how crazy is that? Like, some of these storylines are making like billions of dollars, just insane amount of money. And it's like it all started off with like a couple dudes with pencils. Like, whew. So this is my villain. Like, not villain with an asterisk because she's not evil. It's just more like, at odds with our heroes. One of my favorite designs, but this whole shoulder pad spike, oof, not a smart move on my half. There's certain things I'm like, if I could do this over again, I would change in a heartbeat. And I guess I'll say this on the flip side. Back to our original conversation, I think that's why like certain creators like Romiki Takahashi is so important. How to put this? I feel like every character, like creator, no matter like who they are as a person, if they do great work, that's what should matter. But it sucks because like we know throughout history, certain creators didn't get the same opportunity because of gender, skin color, whatever. Because like You know what? Get on my little rusty barrel again. Fuck Amazon. Fuck Amazon for being like, oh, we want to change Lord of the Rings to be more inclusive, yada yada. And the reason I say that, it's like, cool, make elf quests. It's like, oh, we want to have different races of these characters. Cool, make elf quests. Oh, it's like Tolkien, like, don't get me wrong, Tolkien, The Hobbit, it's like you're only going to get yourself in trouble if you're going to take that and change it, unless you're like saying it's a brand new property. It's like, certain things you can only change so much until it's something completely different. But it's like there's so much other great fantasies out there, including ElfQuest. Oh, completely. But yeah, it's if you haven't read it, man. Like, Kane, wait a minute. I'll ask Kane. Have you read ElfQuest? Because that is a great series that you can read for free right now. So the reason I bring up ElfQuest, Wendy Penny, the creator of it, wanted to work for Marvel, but back in the day, like back in the 70s and stuff, they're like, you can't work for Marvel. You're all female. Females can't draw comics. And she's like, really? Well, fuck you. She didn't actually say it that way. But her and her husband go off and make this series called ElfQuest. Here's the fun twist of fate. It's a creator-owned title. Because it's a creator-owned title, she owns the rights. And it's not only been published by Marvel at one point, it was also published by DC. The current one's published through, what's it called? Dark Horse. But here's the fun thing. Because I said, wait a minute, you can read it for free, right? Indeed, you can, because I'm pulling up the link right now. Since they own the rights, they can do whatever they want with it. And one of the things they did with it is it's all online. So ElfQuest, like, here's the premise of ElfQuest. Elves from the future? Yeah, I want to say from the future. Anyway, elves get to the point where they have like, oh, they want technology. Society's perfect. So they're bored and they're like, oh, let's go see what primitive humans look like. Oh no, they're like, yeah, they're like, we want to go see like this version of humanity at the height of like basically like humans in the Renaissance. Something happens and all of a sudden they get flung into the past, way into the past. So instead of dealing with like Renaissance, they're dealing with like cavemen, kind of like humans. So of course, they see not cavemen, but like Stone Age. I say like entering the Iron Age. So they see these elves like, oh fuck this. So all of a sudden, like the elves who are these great time travelers are now stuck on Earth. Fast forward, like I think it's like 5 or 10 generations, we're now dealing with these elves, and it's them trying to find more of their kind. And the first storyline's like literally them going to the desert and finding different elves. Kane, what's your backlog? Let's Kane, bring up your current backlog. I'll tell you what's worth reading, what's not reading. But yeah, ElfQuest, such a great series. Creator's still around, and it's like, y'all, instead of like trying to, it's either two things: come up with something new, but I'm just tired of this weird, like, let's just change this thing to be something different. It's like, get a new IP, try something different. Because I love Lord of the Rings, but I would love a different fantasy. I would love some more stories. I know we got here in a rational way. I just forget how we got here in a rational way. Somehow we went from MCU to ElfQuest, but that's how my brain works. Oh, but yeah, I'm hope, man. I am so. I guess here's a question for the chat, because I've only seen Kane's name so far. What are some like classic Marvel and DC stories I should read? Like, I haven't read a lot. Like, I've read a good amount, but not a ton. But what's like one that you're like, this is like this is must read? I feel like the other problem is, which I love how small this group is, but I can talk faster than people can type. Silver Surfer Omnibus, like the Big John stuff. Okay, the Monkey King I agree with. Oh, I need to get that one. MMRP recharge. Now you're good. Uh, wait a minute. Hold 1 second. Oh. Oh. Kane. Kane. Oh, Kane. Is this the right one? This is the right one. I got the Kickstarter. I found this guy on Instagram when he was working on this. This is like one you can read in one night. This is a good one. I recommend this one highly. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yeah, this dude is a he was a storyboard artist for Pixar. And what's funny was he wanted to do this fully colored, but it was taking him too long. But man, this looks so good in black and white. This is a fun book, y'all. Like, I recommend this one highly. Especially, it's based off of I think he's doing more because I think it took off more. I think he took like a year off to finish it. And he's like, I hope I can pay my bills. And I think it's done better than he ever did at Pixar. But yeah, that's one I highly recommend. Yeah, I've heard good things about that run. James, let's see. Deadpool, Spider-Man. I need to read that one. Secret Wars, Claws, okay. Bunch of pro. Actually, I've discovered prose takes me longer because I've been trying to read the what's it called? The Slayer light novels, and man, those take longer than they should. The only classic Marvel I've read. Uh-huh. Never read Spider Woman or Werewolf. I should read Werewolf by Night. Okay, wait, Chris. What's I didn't say classic. What's some like? I guess let me open it up. Let's Marvel, DC. What's some classic comic like? And when I mean classic, this could come out like a year ago. What's some comics you think I should read? Ooh, Kane. I don't know those books, but they sound interesting. Yeah, I know a lot of people love Spider Woman. It does get interesting because you hear enough of a good thing. At some point, you kind of like your brain automatically goes like, "Well, what am I missing?" Yeah, because I remember, man, I was telling Omar he needs to get this book, and Omar's like, "I don't believe you." It's like, actually, he didn't even say that. He's just like, "I got so many books." I'm like, "Yeah, but you would love this book," because I know Oni's publishing it now. I'm not gonna lie, I really hope he does another one. That's amazing. Kane, how much of a Warhammer do you know? So, fun fact. Screw it. Oh, yeah, the only class. Have you ever read Chris? Have you ever read New Frontier? Because that's some of my favorite DC. Like, that's one I recommend highly to everyone. It's Darwin Cook. Okay, so here's the thing: Warhammer is a miniature game that you play with giant armies and a lot of dice. Nerdy, one of the nerdiest things you'll ever see. Like our hobby looks like jocks compared to the Warhammer. Here's the thing: have I ever owned Warhammer? No. Have I ever played Warhammer? No. Do I have a desire to play Warhammer? No. Do I know way too much about Warhammer lore because it's fun? Yes. Let me tell you about the Greenskins, aka the Orcs, aka the best version of Orcs I've ever seen. So, the Greenskins are genetically altered by like the gods, but they're part mushrooms. So, the way it works is when a orc dies, they release spores into the ground and you grow more orcs. So the problem with 40k is like if a planet gets one orc on it, it will get overrun. Here's the other fun fact with the orcs. The orcs have a weird psychic ability, not to the point where they can read minds, but if enough of them get together, no matter what they believe becomes true. So it gets to the point where like people they will capture like orc technology to see how it works. Oh, Chris, read New Frontier, 1000%. Recommend that like right now. Right now, no, no, no. That's Darwin Cook, some of the best, hands down. Like, whoo. Wait a minute, Chris, you have Parker. Same artist, did that, did New Frontier. Because if you have Parker by Darwin Cook, this is all Darwin Cook doing DC. Highly recommended. It's before Parker. Anyway, back to the Greenskins. So if enough of them believe in something, it becomes true. So it's the kind of thing where they have color theories. So some of their color theories is like if you paint it red, it will go faster. So they literally have ships that shouldn't run. It's like so it's the kind of thing. If I take like five dart guns, glue them together, and like five Nerf guns, and imagine that they're bazookas. According to an orc, they will become bazookas. So yeah, if they color something red, it automatically goes faster. If it's painted yellow, it will explode. It's worth more money and has a bigger explosion. If it's purple, it's the sneakiest because, and I kid you not, have you ever seen a purple orc? Like, it's that kind of bullshit. But my other favorite, like, they got crushed by a dude, I forget his name, but he was wearing checkered white and black armor. So it wasn't like, oh, it's because he had a better army or he was better prepared or better equipment. No, it had to be because of the checker. So they literally believe if you wear the checker pattern, you are stronger. But it got to a point where there was this like world where the orcs are like taking over, the humans are running out of ammo, and like literally the guy runs out of ammo, holding a gun, and he kind of freaks out and he just goes bam. He starts literally saying the words bam bam while clicking it, and orcs start exploding. So they're all out of ammo and they're just like pretending. But since the orcs thinks it's real, it's actually like they're actually dying. To the point of there's a group of them all of a sudden coming up the center, and this trick isn't working. And under their breath, they're hearing all the orcs go, "We're a tank, we're a tank, we're a tank." Like, and they all have like the worst Cockney accents. Or Amazon's like apparently developing a show. I am so hoping they have the greenskins because like they're like they literally take out hollow out moons and like travel the galaxy with them because they're like, well, it's an object in space, so it means it can travel in space. So all of a sudden they have moon because enough of them think it. They have moons that can become spaceships. It's ludicrous. I've heard good things about Once and Future. I need to check it out because I've heard nothing but great things. Oh, I need to get back to watching Critical Role because, man, I've watched the first two campaigns. I watched part of the third, but I needed a break. I think I'm getting to the point though where I'm like, also, Kane, if you're a Critical Role fan, did you notice I did do a nod to Critical Role and Bang? So let's go back. I read Parker because I read all of the Richard Stark. Yeah. So that's the creator of that was the guy who did the comic books was Darwin Cook. Because what's crazy is he got permission from the writer Richard Stark, and he used all his dialogue. I love those are some of my favorite comics. I honestly would trade. I would trade a lot current comic. Like I would trade a lot of series to get another Parker book. And there's a couple like I would even if I would like not even just like series I don't like. There's a couple that's like you got to go. Sorry. Like Kaiji, I love Kaiju number 8, but I would trade Kaiju number 8 for another Parker series. But yeah, that New Frontier I highly recommend. Like it's from the same it's the same guy who does the storytelling and stuff with Parker, and I highly recommend it. Yeah, I feel like we all kind of like after campaign 2, it's like we all kind of need a break. Yeah, I've heard good things with Giant Days. Huh. What's the story of the 7 lives of Fox and the Little What? I have not heard of these. There's a lot of good suggestions here. Thanks, y'all. Yeah, because like Pearl United States, I haven't heard of Murder. Haven't heard of that one. And the Story of the Seven Lives, The Fox and the yeah, like, those I've not heard about. I do think, like, it's a little corny, but I do agree with Jess. We're definitely in a golden age because I feel like, you know, the classic stuff's like, especially because we're getting like a lot of like golden age, we're getting a lot of classic stuff reprinted. But at the same time, it's like, man, there are so many great new titles out where it's like, wow, it's like, yeah, this is, you know, damn it. So here's a fun moment. Talking to you all, I drew this and I'm happy with this. But the problem we ran into, I drew this on the wrong layer. Luckily with Clip, they let you like copy. I love this feature. They'll let you copy something, go back in time to where you meant to be, and then repaste it. So it's like, well, I made a mistake here, but let me not live with this mistake. Chris, I'm a huge non superhero fan. Like honestly, um, I guess I'm the opposite. Like Chris, I haven't read a lot of DC or Marvel, so I'm trying to get a little bit more into that knowledge. But now I'm more of, like, if anything, I'm a Dark Horse fan. Like they have gotten me hook, line, sinker. So when I tell you New Frontier's that good, it's that good. Oh, manga, 1,000%. Thanks, Kane, for telling me. Could have told me earlier, but no. European comics. Ooh, that's one I need to read. That is a gap in my stuff. But some of the ones I've read a little bit of Asterix and Obelix, some Tintin. I need to finish Tintin. Like I need to go through and finish those. Black Sad has been one of my favorites. Dra- Also, I guess Mark, here's a question for you. Do you count you because I feel like UK and like the rest of Europe are slightly different flavors because different countries. But if we're also counting UK, because I would say Dread, Dread. I haven't read anything else 2000 AD. There's a couple I would love to read, especially God, I have it over there. It's a French one about the French Revolution. Yeah, the first French Revolution. Like this, she's not a musketeer, but definitely like sword swinging musketeer. I could find it. I could literally go pull it. But it's like it's one of the most gorgeous looking comics I've ever seen. Unfortunately, it's not in English because the heart like I know, like, because like a lot of people love the Meta Barons. Like, there's certain ones I just haven't tried yet, even though I know a lot of people love them. Yeah, so French, like I said, Franco, because the other weird thing is, I feel like we all know like Asterix, Tintin, the Frank, Smurfs, but then it's like Lucky Luke. I guess Lucky. I've read like some of the newest Lucky Lukes, but then it's like if you ask me like, oh, what are some new Franco-Belgian comics? Like, I got nothing because I feel like that is a huge gap in a lot of ours. It's easy it's easy to fall to in the West or in the West in the Americas. We get so focused on image, create our own, or even like the big two that yeah, it's easy to forget about like some of these other, especially because like manga's got a good foothold in the West. European comics still don't have a great foothold over here. I know they've been trying to rectify that. So, Mark, do you have any suggestions on comics? Because another like series I just finished, Coda, the classic ones, man. I've been loving that. I recommend those highly. Yeah. Thor girl, man, this is gonna be interesting. Huh? Is it? Huh? Okay, man. I'm looking at this art, and this is some interesting stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, yeah, and it's seems to be in English as well. Damn it, Mark. What are you doing? We were having a good time. Now you're in here spending my money. Not gonna lie, that looks fantasy. That's looking good. That's oof. That is looking good. The hell is that? Oh, that's what that is. Like I said, there's nothing weirder than looking at a line, not exactly knowing where you drew it. Mark, the goal in here is to get money for me, not to spend my money. But yeah, that Thrower Girl is looking good. Especially, it's weird because like it said like it was started in '77, so it's weird seeing something that's like I've never seen it before, but it pulls out my heartstrings because it's like I think like other people I've admired have like either look. It reminds me of like there's a certain nostalgia with it being from the '70s, but at the same time, like I've never seen this before, which is a weird, interesting feeling that you only get with age. Yeah, and that's the other interesting the idea of the European album. I kind of wish Americans would adopt like American companies would adopt more because I feel like Brubaker and Phillips have done that and it's been a huge success. Did I? Oh yeah. Well, here I am trying to delete everything. Ugh, but man, yeah, European comic. That's another area. Because here's the thing, especially like with Hoopla, I don't know if I'll buy the comic, but I am more likely to read something nowadays. Especially, it's like, look, if it's on Hoopla, I can try it for free. You know, it's like illegal. I can try it for free illegally. Win-win for everyone. So it's like I am more willing to try things out. Oh, I hate when yeah, Fantagraphics loves that when it's like we don't want to just print one, two, and three. I get it because it's like you kind of want to. I think the idea is to ensure people will buy it because then the idea it's like how to put it. Because if you like, it's easy to stop. Like okay, like with Savage Sword of Conan, there's supposed to be 16 of those omnibuses. Me and a pal were both talking about. It's like yeah, we both might stop at 10 because that's a nice round number. When you do this out of order thing, it's like you end up buying like, oh, I might as well get the whole series because I'm only, I need three more to finish this collection. Because I hate to say it, it's definitely a marketing gimmick, but it seems like it's a marketing gimmick that kind of works, which sucks. But capitalism, yeah. Because I feel like I said, in the West, it's easy to get like really to be like, oh, I read the big two or whatever, blah blah blah. I do feel like there's a wealth of European comics that, um, yeah, a lot of us just don't know about. Hmm. Mhm, mhm, mhm. You can tell I'm winding down. I've not read Slain. Like I said, the only 2000 AD I've read is Judge Dredd. I'm not gonna lie, I think I might like Slain, and that might be one of those I need to like read it first. Because if you gotta, I think the hard thing is if you gotta plunk down like a lot of cash, especially for a big collection or something. At least with me, I'm always like, nah, I don't know about this. So it's I can't tell you how many books where I'm like, yeah, I don't know about this. The second I read it like for free, on Hoopla or something, all of a sudden, next thing I know, I'm like, let me buy all these. Because yeah, like I said, European. I've read more manga, but European is definitely a huge. That's what I've heard about Slain. I honestly don't doubt it. I think it's just one of those. The hard thing with books, pros, comic, there's only so much. It's like there's only so much you can read, and there's only so much you can own, especially physically owning. Because the other thing I've noticed too with me, there's certain books like Bone. I've been meaning to reread Bone for years now, and I keep putting it off because it's like, oh, there's new things to read. So it's like it's a double edged sword. You want to get the new, you want to enjoy you want to enjoy some of the classics. But yeah, not gonna lie though, that Throgro, however you pronounce it, I'm like, that's not a bad looking book. Because yeah, like I said, once in future, what are some of the other suggestions in here? Once in future was a good one. Seven stories, seven lives. That Giant Days and Bad. I need to read those as well. But huh? Like I said, there's been some good suggestions in here, y'all. Ah. I will say this because Conan's like good old classic sword and sorcery. When it's done right, good times. I've read a lot of bad sword and sorcery where it's like, you guys did not deliver on this land. So I feel like a lot of fantasy loves to pull from. Let me enjoy just the sound of. Ugh, it's hard to keep those in my ear that long. A lot of sword and sorcery loves to pull from like medieval fantasy, but man, especially like Napoleon, like Hungary had some crazy armor. But like this chick's design right here is 1,000% around that time period, and like I said, it's easy to pull from like classic knights, but there's a lot of history that's easy to sleep on that has some crazy, like just some funky designs. Oh man, ah, ah. Probably going to be wrapping up here soon. Very soon. It might be anywhere from like 15. I don't know, maybe another like 30 minutes or so. Because I can say this, I can't believe it's already been 4 hours. Whew. Also, I don't know about y'all, but man, I feel like peak Sunday is always afternoon, especially like that 3 to like 5 or so. Because it's the kind of thing. It's like you can kind of if you play video games or whatever, you still got the evening. Because the problem like right now, especially 8 o'clock, you can only time starts to wind down. And don't get me wrong, man. I have a great. I love my job. Very low key, not hassle. So working 5 days a week though, just society. I'm like, wish we'd go to 3 to 4, but I seem to be the crazy one who wants, I'm like, I got things to do. I got books to read. I don't even want to listen how cringy, how excited about me getting the green screens from Warhammer was. Oh, thank you all for indulging my craziness, my randomness that is the stream. Ugh. Because yeah, we moved from a lot of topics. And hopefully, I get some people watching some Godzilla, which I am not the Godzilla expert. Also, this is very much like such a comic book thing. I think it's like a John Romita where it's like the highlights coming from the like the red, the black highlights, being from like a dark red, but then you end up like coloring most of it black. Feels like a very like something from, I think the idea being from like John Romita's Spider Man. Oh my gosh, y'all! They have those oh, what's it called? The Spider Man Daily Strip art book. Oof. I think the hard thing is I get more money, but then my tastes go up, and it's like, God damn it. Because yeah, I just got the I ordered it on Friday, that Frazetta by Taschen book, and man, wait a minute. Oh, Mark, I forgot Magnetic Press is a European one because I just finished the Monkey King, and oh, because I've done a couple of their Kickstarters before, so I have read more European. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that Dracula Frankenstein one, I saw it and it just didn't tickle my whistle. It was just one of those. I'm like, yeah, I hope people enjoy it. It's just don't think that one was for me. But that Monkey King, because I love Journey to the West, it's one of my favorite stories. That one hit on all cylinders. Whew. Yeah, wish we got more Journey to the West. Also, granted, I don't know if they'll ever work with. Like, I don't know if I'm risking future employment or not. What kills me with Magnetic Press, I think they do like some of the most gorgeous book designs, like gorgeous covers, but then they drop the ball with like the actual interior design, especially like no extras. But and when I even say like no extras, I'm not even talking just like sketches and stuff, but it's like no table of contents, like just no flair to it. It literally is like bare bones as it can be. What? Wait a minute, Mark. Where do you live in the world? Because it's like I believe that was a French creator. Here, look at this. Oh, walk it. Oh. Ah, Sweden. Okay. First of all, wait a minute, Mark. I say this from the bottom of my heart. I don't want to hear it. Sweden has like some of the most gorgeous human beings, gorgeous women, gorgeous men, like some of the greatest food in the world. So yeah, if you don't get a comic, I'm sorry you live in such a pristine place with gorgeous people and good healthcare, if memory serves right. Like, yeah, I'll have these books, but I'll be dead. Um, yeah, that's the name of the creator because, like I said, this was a French comic. The only crappy thing about this was actually, let me learn from my mistakes. Let me play a little bit of streamer here. The only sucky thing about this, though, like some of the most gorgeous art. I love the story, and I won't spoil it. But at the end, you can kind of tell like the creator was done, which is fine. But it felt like a forced kind of like quick ending instead of just being like, because Journey to the West. I don't know if you know this. Journey to the West is like a very long story, very episodic. So it's the kind of thing. I wish it was more set up to like, oh, there might be like a book 3. There might be more in the future. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about with Magnetic Press because it's like last page. But then they just have the cover for like the next one, then like 2 blank pages. It's like nothing, and even at the front, like not a lot of design here. So yeah, this is book 1 and book 2. I miss getting out in the slipcase, and I hate it to this day, but I recommend these highly. So I don't know. Maybe you have to import the because I live in such a pristine country. Is it because it felt like I said, I would love if I don't know, like I honestly do not know like that creator is he, a she, a they, but if that creator came back and did more of that, the Monkey King, woo, I would love it. Because like I said, I love Journey to the West. I love their interpretation of it. Because my favorite one is Overly Sarcastic Productions via YouTube. Like they're my favorite version of Journey to the West, but it's a great book. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna just call you Mark because you have like 3 names. Um, how many languages can you speak/read, Mark? Because let's see, Sweden. Guessing 3 to 4. But how many can you like? How many can you speak/how many can you read? No. 6. What is this? What? Okay, break this down. I need a breakdown. I need a list here. 6. Okay. That's 3. Clearly, English is 1. Six language. The audacity. Okay. That's where you fucked up. Okay, that's where you fucked up. Now, here's the thing. I only speak English, and if you ask, X amount of people here, I barely speak English, even though it's my native language. Why did I say you fucked up? See what you threw. If you threw in French and Spanish, the world of comics could have been yours. If you learn those 2 languages, nothing could stop you. No European, no Japanese. Like, granted, if you knew Japanese, the world would open up more. But still, they get so many more manga. But yeah, because the problem, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Swedish, Danish, Norwegian, no. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Mark, screw you, Mark. Ooh, I hate you. Why? Because you can read. If you can read German, I really hate you. Because right now in Germany, they're producing these gorgeous sets of Lone Wolf and Cub. Like, oof, I wish I could speak German. Wish I could speak German. I wish I could read German for that series alone. Like that set, woof. Yeah, that Lone Wolf and Cub set in Germany. Oh. I can't believe that someone from Sweden is jealous of me because I got 2 books. How about this, Mark? I will gift wrap you those books because I think you can buy them right now. They're out in the wild. Like I think they're on Amazon. But I will give you those books. But you have to live in Atlanta, and I get to live in Sweden. How about that deal? Like I'll pay for shipping, no problems. We just pack up our stuff. We switch places. You know what? I'll leave them here. You come here. I will leave them here, and I will move all my stuff over there. Call it a deal. But yeah, I'm pretty sure those are still out on Amazon. Like, cause that just came out last year. Like, or magnetic press version. So I think they're still around. I would ask James to look it up, but I'm pretty sure he has written me off. Monkey King. Yeah, it's still. Oh, okay. The paperback version that has all of them is still in stock. The hardcovers are out of stock. And this is via Amazon, so that kind of reflects the rest of the world. So you can find it. Kane's back. Hmm. Um, Someone from Sweden's jealous because I have two books, and I'm more jealous because of where they live. Crazy! I can't believe. Huh? Yeah, I feel like this series. I feel like in some ways, Magnetic Press kind of screwed up with this series because I don't think they realized how big it would have been. Like they honestly should have put out as like one big book with some like behind the scenes. Because I actually don't mind the two books, but like I said, put some design in there. Also, James, what do you mean you're working on something else? I don't you know my ego? You should know how big my ego is working on something else. I am hurt. Ugh. I can't believe that's ongoing though. That's some good. That's probably the best news of the night. Yeah, so I got these via Kickstarter, and I lament because I didn't get the what's it called slipcase, which is a small thing. But yeah, they released as one big paperback because I think Magnetic Press, which kind of sucks. Their model is like, okay, we'll do like the nicer version via Kickstarter, and then we'll release like a more basic version for the like general public. And I say that sucks is because it's like, well, maybe my budget doesn't align to. Um, well, the font is too small because it's a European album, and they shrink it down. So it's the equivalent of taking a comic book and making it this size. And this is, if memory serves right, yeah, this is small, but it's not. This is going to sound crazy. This isn't that small for European, like because that's the other problem. We get our book sizes are like physically smaller. So when a European book tries to come over here, they really try to shrink it. Yeah, because have you ever seen like Tintin? Oof, that gets hard to read when it's not the traditional European size. Now, granted, she's asleep and can't defend herself, but I may be saying this is because of Hannah. I don't have any proof, but it might be because of Hannah. These fonts is too small. Who am I to say? Yeah, and I think that's another reason why European. That's probably why European hasn't taken off as much. Because like with manga, it's easier to print large. Like I feel like us in America, we end up printing manga larger, whereas with Europe, we have to print their books smaller. So it's like it's harder to read. So I feel like that doesn't take off as much. Hmm. And I don't know if it's the kind of thing where it's like, is it better to read because you got to redo the text, especially if it's a Franco Belgium to English. Like you're having to change the text one way or another. So is it the kind of thing? It's like maybe increasing the font size a little bit. It's like we're losing a little bit of the art, but it's like if it's easier to read, wouldn't that be more ideal? And like I said, this is more I don't know the answer. This is more just me spitballing to the universe. I can't. Holy crap! We've had okay. I've had about like I think at max I've seen like 10 people here, but I had one person from Jerusalem, one person from Scotland, those two. But I can't believe we now have someone from Sweden. It's crazy how like international, man. It's a small world after all. Oh, the monkey, like I said, I love the Monkey King. Yeah, yeah, and I feel like back in the day they used to print more stuff in English and the classic European album sizes. I don't feel like they're doing that as much. Because honestly, I wouldn't mind some of this like in a gallery size because that's more closer to the European album size. But yeah, the Monkey King. That's a book I really. That's one of those I wanted more of that. Like the second I was done, I was like, "This is it." That was such a good read. I love that one. Also, fun fact: if you love the Monkey King, you love a lot of anime and manga. Just saying. Yes. Yes. That's actually one I've never read. Part of me needs to. I don't know because I love the Monkey King. That reminds me of like early 2000s art. And man, okay, you know what, Kane, sell me on that book. Why should I read that book? Because it feels like early 2000s anime, which I don't mean that in a good way. Can you see her? Yes, you can. I cannot believe I'm on 15 plus years with her because I found her in the street, so I don't actually know how old she is. But 15 in October was 15 years. Yeah, one of the hardest things, and it's just time and time. Um, but seeing some old photos of her, I'm like, "God, I didn't realize like how much mass she lost." So okay, so it's a retelling of like how faithful, I guess that's a better way to put it. How faithful is it to like Journey to the West? So is it the kind of thing like are they running into like the Bull King, but he's like a drug dealer? Is it that kind of thing? Like, because I've only seen the covers. I probably need, you know what I need to see? I need to see if I can like read a sample of it legally somewhere because that's what really gets me. Because I know Viz does it, which is smart. They'll let you be like, "Hey, here's a sample try," here's a sample. Because all of a sudden it's like, okay, now I want to give this a shot. I think part of me, I'm not gonna lie, part of me kind of talked myself out of reading it because it's one of those. I'm like, oh, it's another series. Wow, that looks terrible. Also, isn't Wait a minute. Uh, the ser- I thought I thought the series was complete, or am I wrong? Definitely need to read. Man, I need to read more European. I think. Okay, yeah. You know what? I'm. How to word this exactly? I hate that they get put into this situation where they have to take these sabbaticals. I'm glad like the companies are being a little bit more understanding, but the same. I think it's changing a bit because especially like Jump going to 3 times a month on titles instead of four is a big deal. But yeah, it's one of these because it sucks. Like the creator of Berserk, I should know that since I own it. Like him passing, I really hope that put a spotlight on like, okay, y'all can't be working these artists to death. Because I feel like the other thing, like, I loved Inuyasha, especially the beginning until Naraku. Ugh. But it feels like the problem I have with a lot of Inuyasha, you can kind of tell it feels like it's her trying to catch up to deadlines. And it's like, I'm curious how better. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, this page count is super cheap, which very expo. Yeah, that's another problem because it's very. It definitely exploits because it's like, yeah, you can get a cheap page rate, and yeah, you can get it better like once it gets monetized, like anime and stuff like that. But it's crazy because, and I can't blame like I'm shocked that we still get Ramiki Takahashi new stuff. I can't blame Toriyama because it's like yeah, he's done his time. It's like, well, why would I want to do more of this? So I feel like the system is designed to crush artists, crush creativity. Oh, like I was saying with Inuyasha, because I feel like there are times it's like, okay, if we gave her like a wee bit of a break, or even with Dragon Ball, it's like if he got a break, got a little bit more time to relax, he'd probably come up with some better storylines. And it's like, who knows what we would have gotten, how much greater. Because I can tell you this much One Piece took a dip. You could tell for a while there, and then it picked back up. It's when they gave him more time between his deadlines. It's like, oh yeah, it's like yeah, it's weird how that works. Humans, yeah. And the problem with comics, because I mean, I've been sitting here for 4 hours drawing, which is not healthy because it takes time to do comics. That's a tangent. It's also become problematic, especially in anime, though, with the worldwide demand for it, because they're having a hard time. Like they're having a hard time meet demand. And man, they've just been trying to churn that stuff out like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, I feel like the only we're in a golden age with stuff with creativity. Excuse me, but I feel like the other problem is everything's content, so everything needs to get like churned out to a certain level at a certain like speed. So I do feel like we miss out on some things because like with the we're talking about with the MCU. It's like let's be honest, a lot of this was them trying to push Disney Plus, and it's like I think even Disney would admit it's like okay, Disney Plus might not have been the best plan. I honestly, Kane, I feel like maybe not the European. I don't know. I don't know enough about the European. I do feel like the American model needs to be overhauled. The Japanese, like the manga market, definitely needs to be overhauled. Because we need to figure out something where artists can produce stuff at a quick, like at a enough of a speed to keep how to word this. You want things to be made at a certain level, but at a certain speed, because it's like, if it takes too long, people will lose interest because all of a sudden you're like, what was that? Oh, this was 20 years ago. Um, so yeah, we need to figure out a better way that it's like, hey, these artists can get paid, they can live their lives, but we can still get the content we need. Yeah, and the crazy thing is the reason why we're getting like live action Avatar and live action One Piece, Netflix misses that Disney IP money, like having that like IP to fall back on. Yeah, I used to have Netflix. I had Netflix way back in the day when they were DVD, and it's been almost a year since I've had them. It's kind of crazy though, because it's like I really don't want, like I would like to watch Blue Eye Samurai, the One Piece show. There's certain things I miss from Netflix, and I don't know. I'm not to the point of like pirate. I don't want to pirate them. Mainly moral reasons. I'd say moral reasons on my end, because granted, it should be better with the contracts, but it does feel like, let's be honest, like Netflix isn't sharing the wealth with their creators, which is a shame. Um, but yeah, I just don't like how the whole streaming market. I hate how streaming went from like, oh, here's a cheaper. Like I remember because that was like, oh man, this is me post college. This is how I can afford to watch TV. To now being like the gut punch, like yeah, and that's like because Mark, I don't know if you know this in Japan, um, to do like a manga chapter, like 19 pages in every week. So it's very brutal. Like, oy. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, because I think the thing is too, I think in some ways, like as audience, we need to be comfortable with waiting. Because, like I said, I think the Franco-Belgian model that Mark pointed out, because Sean Phillips and Brubaker have been doing that with their crime books. So instead of putting out a mini series every year, let's just put out like one finished graphic novel, which seems to be working well. So it's like I think it's a model that can do well. Yeah, the problem, especially the Japanese. Well, and the other thing is it's businesses because I know like with anime toy company, there's a lot of money to be made in this. Because let's be honest, like One Piece, the manga's made a lot of money, but One Piece, the toys and the like all the tchotchkes and other stuff have made way more money. And yeah, that's an extreme for like every One Piece. There's 1,000 other series that don't quite take off as much. I guess what's crazy is eh, not to be on a down note, but it's crazy how the history of the world it feels like let's exploit artists. Well, it's like how much did Jack Kirby create and how much did he get to enjoy? And I think like things are much better for artists nowadays, but it still sucks that we're in this point where it's like, it's like, oh, with mangaka, it's like you have a hit series, but we need you to sacrifice your physical life. But I do think like I think fans are realizing it, and I think the companies are realizing too. It's like okay, we can't. I think I like to think because of I don't know why, but I like to think everyone's kind of realizing it's like okay, we can't push people. They need breaks. We can't push them this hard because we'll. I hate to say it, it's not because we're human and we're kind. It's because if they don't finish their series, we won't make money. This all happened. This whole conversation happened because Mark lives in a country where he couldn't find one book, The Monkey King. uh, and Mark, quick question because I don't recognize your name anywhere. Have you read any manga? And how many American comics have you read? Because I think the thing that I like about European comics and manga a little bit better, there's different genres. Because I would like because I enjoy my dress up darling. I would enjoy some romance, but it's like I would love to enjoy some non high school romance. Because don't get me wrong, like it's nice to go back to the day, remember those days. At the same time, it's like, I'm an adult. I'd love to do something different. That is true, Kane. That is true. Also, I just like giving Mark. I like giving Mark a little bit of grief because he's over here. Like Sweden looks like such a gorgeous place. like, it's like, oh no, I can't find this book. Let me go enjoy Sweden. It's like, Granted, I'm probably being a wee biased because it's like, it's like his neighborhood might look more like my neighborhood. But geared more and more against European comics. Mark, it kills me though, because like I said, you have access to the amazing Lone Wolf and Cub in German. Hi, you. Oh, okay. Okay, first of all, like I said, Mark, I know who you are now. I know exactly who you are now, Mark. Look, you have like 40 different names, okay? Hi. Yes, yes. Here you go, Kane. Kitty. Yes, yes. I swear it's the spite that keeps her young. Boop, boop. Okay. I've noticed with her, it used to be like she used to be like a lot more patient with me or whatever. There just gets a point where it's like no matter what I do, she just starts like, nah. So at which point it's like, well, if you're gonna be upset with me, I'm gonna get my cuddles and hugs in. Um, yeah, like I said, Mark Spencer or am I Jake? But yeah, I mean, I love how your name is forever long, and then there's Kane. Look at Kane, just sweet and simple to the point. Kane. Also, Kane, if you ever change your name or your icon, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Yeah, because I was about to say because I miss reading like Terry and the Pirates. I miss like newspaper strips. Oh man, I really do miss those. Of course, I say that even though I just sold. So I have a box set of Pogo. I tried reading it. It wasn't digging with me. I just sold the thing, which is good. The problem is I just threw away all my boxes. I'm like, I'm an idiot. So time to go to the liquor store and see if they can give me a decent box. You know what? I just realized there's continuity error, but we're living with it. We're living with it. Ooh, man, oh man. What's crazy is, in some ways, I'm like, I haven't done enough. And in other ways, I'm like, I've done a lot. Ugh. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. So I'm about to call it quits. I think this is the perfect time to send Psycho the invitation so he can take over for me. And I'll just vamoose into the twilight, into the grotto. Ugh. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I can't believe how fast these streams go by. Yeah, I'll color you black. Color you black. You black. You black. Yeah. Yeah. Look at this tool. I I feel like every other night, Chris. I feel like every other stream, it's always like, keep going longer, keep going longer. We can go all night. With my streams, it's always like, no, okay, I'm tapping out now. It's been a good stream, Josh, but this is where I call. Like I said, not blaming you in the least. Oh man, honestly, I appreciate because the hardest part about streaming is when you're sitting alone. Like if you got no one to chat with and you're just sitting here going like, doo, doo, doo. Like it's the weirdest feeling in the world because it's like essentially I'm talking to myself in an empty room. But like if I have a human interaction, it helps a lot. So thank you for interacting with the chat, so I don't seem as crazy as I actually am. Oop. Oh man. So a little side thing. There's a book I call a book called River, and was it River? I think it was River. But there's a book I saw where they did something like this, where they did the flashbacks but slightly moved the image like this, like so the coloring was off. Oh, it was low key. It was like a cool way to do it because it felt like one of those where it's like, oh, it feels like the past where it's like you're not remembering everything perfectly, and it was a great way to do it. And when in doubt, black it out. Yeah, honestly, Kane, I enjoy streams where they kind of interact with the chat a little bit more because it's like there's something nice because I was watching Omar's like library tour from 2019, which was a trip. I recommend that. Like, go back and watch that. He curses a lot more. It's interesting too because it's like the way he talks about Marvel. I'm like, oof, I won't talk about Marvel like that again. But like it's fun watching those videos. But with the stream, it's fun to interact because, like I said, I wasn't planning on going down about talking about like some of the random things we. And once again, thank you all for indulging in my Warhammer greenskin. I mean, the colors theory. Love how the orcs have colors theory. uh. And also, thank you to Not Mark for the. I'm really hoping we get more of that Monkey King by Chieko. Ooh, I'm hoping we get more of that. Okay, so let's do this. So here's a fun thing with art. Um, I don't know why. Was it under here? Yeah, it was under here. I don't know. There's a scientific theory behind it, I'm pretty sure. But for some reason, layering stuff like just having different layers, especially with different values, really makes things pop. That's an interesting tangent. Why is that an interesting tangent? Because her breasts are her breasts. Oh, that's why. Here's another weird thing with art. Should that be higher? It should be okay. So I think this is an interesting little thing. Like I feel like I moved the shoulder a little too high. So you get to a point with your skills where your eyes are better than your hands. Wow, that is really bugging me. Damn you, girl. Damn you, girl. Let's try that. Ugh. Ah. Ugh. Feel like I should call it because I'm kind of sitting here rambling. Kane's tired. And when Kane's tired of my shenanigans, it's clearly time to call it a stream. You know, it's interesting. You can get away with a lot of bullshit. Like if you draw a monster and like your proportions aren't perfect, yeah, people will forgive you. I'll put it that way. We look at humans all day and we know what humans look like. So yeah, if your proportions aren't right with a human, it is sticks out like a sore thumb. Kane, I know that superpower quite well. I also got a so the way I budget, I'll often cook like one big meal and then eat it for the rest of the week, and that's what I need to do. Like I said earlier, I could really use a oh, what's it called? I could use a third day off. This working for 2 days or working for 5 days, 2 days off. I'm like, yeah, it's for the birds. I could use some more time. Woo! Kane, that's the Odin sleep. That's a coma. Like I fell asleep. It's like that's what we call a medical. That's like if you were like I was in a medical induced coma. It's like yeah, that checks out. See, and I kind of Kane, I kind of hate that though for you because it's like it's good to catch on sleep. We all need that, but it also sucks because it's like, well, how much time? That was your time off. It's like, well, how much time did you lose because of that? So, will this work? Eh, I don't know if y'all can hear. Someone's getting cranky at me. Also, I don't know if it's a big deal. I try not to have the layer like have the panel lines on the actual line art. I don't know why. I don't know if it does anything or that's just me being paranoid, but What? Kane, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Kane. Hope you got into some fun shenanigans. Yeah, I miss next week. So fun fact, next week, it's not his actual birthday, but a friend of mine throws a birthday party called Nerdtacular. Dude's a nerd. No, that's fine. Yeah, Kane, what are you telling me you don't want to just give you random information out to the whole world? Come on, Kane. Hannah shared she poop glitter. Be a pal. don't don't give James a date. He'll remember it forever. But anyway, he has a party called Nerdtacular, but it's kind of cool because he'll do stuff like oh, what's it called? Like trivia. He'll do like different video game brackets, like fighting game. So he does a lot of cool stuff. But yeah, it's a fun little thing. So yeah, I hope you have a lot of fun on your birthday, Kane. XX Day. That's the best day to have a birthday. Also, I like how James has been like mute on the chat this whole time. Then all of a sudden, it's like there's a birthday date. Actually, it's probably better to do that. Ooh, no, but like I said, it does suck with weekends because it feels like you gotta like cram so much in. I don't know about you. Like at night at work, it's not that I'm not tired. It's just like I'll do like one or two things, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's 9 o'clock. Oh, it's like stores are closed or whatever. Or it's like I gotta like run right after work to go do things. And it's like, well, that's no fun. Hey, James, since we're all friends here, what's your social security and blood type again? Of course, watch. I'm teasing James. All of a sudden, he'll put in ah blood type X. I know that's supposed to be like generic, not filling the dates, but that feels like such a 90. Like, what's his blood type X? Type X, the most dangerous kind. Can we stop them? I don't know. They are. Uh, so I think I'm gonna end the stream. Any last minute questions? But I think I'll work on this some more. I think the next stream though, I'll try to time it where I'm working on what's it called? Unprofessionals, showing off a little bit of coloring. So we showed off penciling, we showed off inking. So hopefully get a little bit coloring in and go from there. Because not bad. And I think for like this panel, I'm doing some old school like Silver Age kind of coloring. So it's like the ants might be red, these all might be like two shades of blue. Yeah, that's a tangent that's been bugging me enough where I'm like, I should change you. Yeah, that doesn't look right. Okay. Now let's hit save. Ugh. So what's funny is I get in this argument with a lot with my mentor. He hates these buttons on the sides of the Wacom, which I get. I literally use one all the time because I have it as a save as. And it's so nice just to hit that and be like, boom, boom. So anyway, uh-huh. Ah, this isn't a trap. This might have been a trap. Okay, let me see if I can do this. Let's do this. Ugh. Okay. Oh, hey, you got two options. You can either look cute in the camera or I can pick you up. That works. Ugh. So yeah, that was that was almost a 5-hour stream, y'all. Yeebish. Well, Kane, because I don't mind doxing her. Her full name is Abigail Buzzsaw Greathouse. Oh, hush. See what I deal with? Yeah, I know. He'll be bugging me in 2 minutes. Well, from all of us here, I want to say thank you for a lovely night. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, y'all. Thanks again. Trying to have a Kodak moment here. Can you all just hear her huffing and puffing? Ooh, claws are out. Gonna get a call from PETA. It's like Josh's. Yes, yes, yes. Not y'all. Oh, here's the thing. She's mad. She's mad and she isn't. Because she'll throw a fit, then literally like 30 seconds later come back and she's a little mad. She's a little mad, but she's old and cranky. So anyway, thanks y'all again. Yeah, I think we need to start complaining to all these other people doing these short, 2-hour streams? Come on. Take it easy. And in stream.